Hi, so I'm live streaming. I'm going to try and wait for my friend Gemma to join as a guest because we are live streaming hopefully the protests in London today. One, to keep the people there that are safe, two, because there'll be people there trying to spoil a good thing, trying to spoil voices getting out. So two, to televise that if that happens, and so that we can keep people there as whole as possible and find out the real views, the real voices that are on the ground. So I'm going to start with, it's definitely live. So guests, I need Gemma to come on. I need Gemma to come on and join the live stream, and then I can add her as a guest, and then hopefully we'll be able to share screen, and so we can see the live protests as they're happening. Hopefully speak to some people there, speak to some people who are speaking there, see what we can do, and keep people safe that are there while they're there. So I'm waiting for Gemma to join because she's actually there on the ground, and she is she's obviously got her phone video in, so I need her to join, and then I can add her as a guest. So just waiting for that, so bear with me, keep popping in. If you want to have your piece said, if you want to say something, I'm going to try and join other people on as guests here and there, maybe a 5-minute round of what you want to say, how you feel about what's going on right now, both in the UK and worldwide, but particularly in London right now. So let's wait and see. Let's Gemma get on. And so she should be able to hop on any minute, I hope. Hey, say that again. I'm listening. Just go on Facebook and make a comment on the live stream, and then I think I can jump you on. Oh no, where is it? It's on it's look up True Divine. Look up True Divine on Facebook. Okay. So she's phoning there to see she can't find me, but I'm going on Facebook as True Divine, not Jennifer Roberts. So hopefully she'll be able to see it real soon, and then I can try and kick her on as a guest, and we'll see what's going on in London while it's happening, and hopefully speak to some people there. Like we said, speak to some people who are speaking there, just hear voices on the ground. So if Gemma makes a comment any minute, otherwise I'm just filling space. Hey Moon, so today Moon, we're trying to live stream some of the protests that are happening in London. One, to protect the people that are there because there's already police inciting violence, and two, to be able to just see what's going on and hear people's voices. So we will wait and see. Watery eyes, these lights. So say, come on, Gemma. So if anybody else, if I can test this out, if anybody else wants to jump on as a guest, just to give me a chance to test it out, just to have your piece, have a quick say as to what you feel about as going on in London today, the protests, the lockdowns in general, or wherever you are in the world, how it's affecting you and how you feel about it. If you want to try and be jumped on as a guest to share screen, just for 5 minutes, even less, that would be great, just so I can try it out before Gemma gets here and comments. If not, I'm just going to fill space until she comes, because I want to be able to do my part for people's voices being heard. Good for you in London, says Moon. We will also have a peaceful protest in Montreal also later today. Today's a powerful day for it, Moon. It is. People are at that point. They're at that level, you know, that we needed to get to a certain extent. It's just who sabotages it, you know, who tries to sabotage it. Whether it's going to be the actual systems, the police themselves, or just fractions of them, or whether it's going to be other people that, you know, have missed out on football fights, whatever it might be, and have reached that level of frustration and try and spoil a good thing. So stay safe later today. I'm going to see what Gemma is messaging. 1 second to see if she can come onto the live. Maybe if I tag her. 1 second, I'm just trying to find out if I could tag her actually on the live stream here. 1 second, sorry. It'll be worth it if it works. If I tag her in the post, maybe. Is this how you tag people? I don't know. No, so I want to tag people. How do I tag? Share, more options. More options. Hold on. So if I look for Gemma on here. So Gemma's down in London already. I need to get down there, but need new tire. So if I tag her in this. You can just tag people, of course. Of course you can do that, Jennifer. So technically challenged. So technically challenged. This doesn't want to do it. There we go. I think I've done it. I think I have done it. So that should be posting. Hi, Jessica. Hi, I am too. So thank you for coming on. I'm just getting people to hop on, have the piece about what's going on in the world. There's a huge protest starting down in London today. My friend Gemma's already down there, and we're hopefully going to be able to live stream some of it if she can jump on as a guest. So I've tagged her in it. Jessica, could you go on Facebook and on Gemma's page and just tag her again in this live stream so she can find it okay? Because I was coming through as True Divine for it first and I don't think she could see it. So if you could do that for me, pretty please, that would really work out very well if we could get her on here. So Moon says, I think that I don't know if the protests will be enough. To be honest, we need to sue the governments through the criminal court system. We need professional lawyers. Well, I've got some info on that happening in a lot of places, Moon. In the meantime, there's a level of protest that's going to be infiltrated. Of course there is, but there's also a level where we can't stay too silent for too long. Otherwise that complacency, those rules get set in place, they push further and further, just like a child, to have more restrictions put in place on us. So it's a real balancing act, isn't it? Because I mean, we've seen over here in America, in France, how even good movements where voices are being heard, they get infiltrated by a small group of people who are either paid to do so or are just silly enough to be riled up by the tricks that they use to get people going, to turn it from a protest to a riot. What's interesting is you saw a few weeks ago, more than that actually, where the word protest started in the mainstream media to become synonymous with riot. That was very clever of them, demonizing protests, making them the same as riots or very similar, insinuating. Thank you, Jessica, that would be awesome. They have to go through your True Divine page to be able to participate in your live, Jenny. Jessica, if you could explain that to Jem, that would be awesome, because I've already been on a phone call on this live stream. So I put out the video for my daily energy readings with the tarot today. Hey, Susie, on YouTube. So that should be out there now. I've shared that on Facebook, and that is for today, for the 19th of September 2020. Susie, we're going to try and live stream the protests that are happening in London and just get people to jump on as guests to say their piece. I'm just going to keep it rolling. Kids are fighting. I'm chilling. I'm, ready to rock and roll with some because we're sick of it. We're absolutely sick of this madness, sick of the lies, sick of the controversy, sick of the triggering, and sick of the people falling for it. So, and that's not to say I haven't got compassion for those who are feeling fear through it, who have the fear factor has been hooked into very much so for them to be terrified right now of what's going on, needlessly so, but necessarily so as well, because the reason for that fear being in there in the first place is for something far darker than the very reason they've been conditioned to fear. So it's going to be an interesting day for sure. The reading showed that too. So check out that reading. It's an interesting one. All need a cause, many need a leader, few follow with regard. That is so true. You've got a way with words, in that people aren't used to leading themselves. So it's very easy for somebody to come along with their own agenda, which everybody is on their own agenda to a certain extent, depending on the varying degrees of benevolence or malevolence. There are many people all too willing to give up their sovereignty and divinity and be led without knowing where they're being exactly led to or why. And that does affect the collective. Of course it does. So I'm hoping Jem can come on soon. Does anybody else want to come on, say hi, say how they feel about what's going on? Either in the UK or in your part of the world. Have you say your piece. I'm just holding space, holding time for people today. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you so much. Hi, Tatkins Jr. We're just holding space and time today and letting people say their piece, hopefully being able to live stream some of the UK protests. Again, I'll repeat myself to protect the people that are there, to be able to see on camera in the many, hopefully, if anything does occur, if people do start deliberately inciting violence and riots in a very peaceful protest. Morning, Mary. Good morning, good day. It is a lie, Susie. It's a complete and utter deceit. It's going to be one of the biggest lies ever told, one of the biggest lies ever fallen for, one of the biggest lies ever given into. I think, we're losing grip of sensibilities in it. It doesn't make sense. Well, President Trump, Jessica said the gloves are coming off in a speech here in Wisconsin, USA. Yeah, yeah, no doubt he is priming his knuckles. He's the lesser of two evils, for sure. But I don't know. I go back and forth, Jessica, as to how much will be done for the collective and how much will be done for good business. I have a bit of an issue with the vaccine pushing from President Trump. It's going to get bad here when the election comes and even after. Unfortunately, Jessica, I see that happening. We know you're over in America, in Wisconsin, and I see that happening. You know, the ground has already been laid for people being triggered and people being, you know, acting in very low frequency ways when they're triggered to that point. We've got 11 watching in one love, so it looks like 11, 111. He has to wait till after the election. He's holding his breath. I hope so, Susie. I hope so. But you know, I don't know. I think if he does good, but to rely upon it at this stage might be a bit naive. I think people have got to remember how many times they've really fallen for one side or the other. And just got to look back to Obama. People fell for him hook, line. I'm not saying anybody personally here, but hook, line, and sinker. You know. So I don't know. I go back and forth, and I think I go back and forth because I think he's a very good businessman, and there's a lot of business ideas that he's making that make sense for the collective. But is it from that space? Is it from that one within? I hope so. I feed energy into that for him. Yeah, you do. I know you don't, Susie. You absolutely do not fall for the abomination. I know you don't. Yeah, that's my big sticking point, Moon, in that he invested over 1 billion in vaccines recently, and I heard him really bumping up vaccines and how they were going to give it out to the elderly first. To me, in my visions, that's a wipeout, a deliberate wipeout for very deep spiritual reasons and for good business reasons, you know. Instead of having the reverence for the newborn, for the child, for the adolescent, and the reverence for the elderly, the crone, there's this energy of, you know, because they're the closest to creative source at whatever end of the spectrum, there's this energy of, you know, they're a drain, which I don't believe in one bit. I have faith in him, says Susie, and that's good. And I do not have faith in him. I have faith in anybody's ability to, you know, grow in whatever cycles they're in. And he's in a very challenging cycle, that's for sure. And, you know, I just, I send good energy, I send good intent. I'm just a bit questionable of the things that I see. And that's just me being discerning, not being judgmental in any single way. Hi, Truth Seeker, welcome. We're just waiting to try and hold space and time. Yay, Gemma's here, so we can show. Oh no, not delete, show. We're surrounded, hang fire, okay. Okay, so guests, how do I put on as a guest? How do I share the screen with Gemma? I want to share screen. I think, I don't know. Invite guests to see. Okay, so invite guests. So how do I invite a guest? Does anybody know how? I know. Messenger. Okay, so I'm inviting Gemma. I should have seen that button before. Sorry, Gemma. Sorry, everybody. So I want to send it to my Gem. There she is. Send. Okay, Gem, so that's coming through to your messenger. So you should have that in your messenger any second. And then anybody else who wants to jump on and have the piece during and after Gem's live streams, you can say a piece about what's going on in your part of the world, and what you make of what's going on in London right now with the London protests. So she says, we're surrounded right now, hang fire. After speaking to her, just turn this light off. After speaking to her earlier today, there was definite incitement from the police's side of things, being a bit too heavy-handed, it sounded like. So, and we know that, that happens. It's not that they're all bad at all. It's what they're told to do, or what some of them are told to do. It's okay, hon, you're doing great. Thank you, Susie, because I don't feel like it, but I'm holding space, holding time, to get people to see in reality what's happening. It's time to find more creative ways to speak up, I suppose. So if this is what I can do while I'm waiting for Taya, this is what I can do to hold that space, hold that time, that platform to get people to jump on. Gemma, anyone else around you that wants to jump on, I can send them an invite too. And we can hear other people's voices on this, even if you're just in Facebook. I presume on YouTube. I don't know if you're on Facebook. Then just send me a message or comment on here if you want to have your piece. Please share this around Facebook, because then that'll get more people watching. It'll get more people involved, and over YouTube, please do that, and on Instagram, so that people can join in and have their say regarding what is going on, regarding what's happening. I can jump on, but can't stay very long. Okay, Moon, let's invite you. My darling Moon, I'm going to send you a messenger. So to Moon, enter friends, Jennifer, City. Come on. Is it just Moon now, Moon? Join in. It's not letting me send. What's the name? What's your name in Facebook again? I'll look for you. Look for you, Moon. Yeah, it is. It's Moon Az. There you are. There you go, Moon. So I've sent that over to you. So hopefully that means I can invite you. So you can be invited. So you just have to click on that link, I'm presuming, Moon, to get you on here to get you to see what I'm seeing on the screen. I'm presuming that's what's happening. I'm going to tie my hair up because it's getting in the way. Not to worry, Susie Q. It will take more than mere time. Sorry. It will take more than mere time to take me. Chuckling out loud. something funny I've missed. Moon's trying, hold on. Thank you, Moon. I appreciate you. Mona's lovely. She sees the balance, she sees the positive and the negative, and puts out really inspirational stuff over Facebook for people to read and join in with and see. And so it should jump you on any minute, Moon, once you click that link. So with the UK, we've been pummeled this last week with ridiculous rules that could only be seen to see how far they could get to incite people who are even balanced and level-headed to get triggered, to be gaslighted. You know, they've decided now that this boogeyman can count. You know, it's okay if you're in a group of 6, you know, that's fine. It'll leave you alone, have a good day. If you get into a group of 7, bam, it comes to get you. You know, apparently. It doesn't like the daytime because restaurants and pubs who are allowed to be open right now have to shut at 10 o'clock. So, you know, now it is vampiric. It comes out at night to feed on you gullible people who would dare to be out past 10 o'clock, you know, as adults. What are the other rules it said? We've got the mask rule, we've got the distance rule. Protests are still legal, thank goodness, but they put down lockdown measures around the areas of protest to make it very difficult for you to get there without breaking some kind of rule. We're seeing people getting triggered over a few kids who've been to the same school all day, standing in a group because they're standing in a group of 8 and not 6. Wanting to phone the police when they're doing nothing wrong but talk politely and being out of the way of people on the path. We're seeing behaviours like that, you know, and that's the triggered point that we see from people who haven't been doing that inner work, and they can't process it when those triggers are set off within them. How on earth do I get Moon on? It should just do it, Moon, for you. I'm not too sure why it isn't working. As soon as you come on, we should be able to see you. For Jem, I'm not sure what is happening. The riot police are here. Okay, so go into your messages and click the link. So hopefully she'll be able to do that more or less the same time as Moon. I don't know how to activate the camera via Google. I don't know either, Moon. I don't know either. I don't know. So Jem's going to try and click the link too, Moon. If you can just keep trying, that would be awesome. Anybody else want to hop on and have your say, let me know and I'll send a message. So, agreed, Susie. Mary says, those who own small businesses are less likely to depend on those in positions of power. Personal independence doesn't make for easily controlled sheep. That is so right, Mary. And that's why I'm building business on my own. I don't like to depend on anybody else outside of self. Of course, it's good to have guidance and help from others, and I try and offer that to others, but no way could I depend on anybody else, which is why I don't affiliate to depending on political figures. I just don't. That's why royalty to me is an abomination. support them as best as possible. And yes, Susie, that's where the power is in the collective, to make a point of going to small businesses, make a point of being able to depending on political. Can you?
Hi there. How are you? Can you hear me?
I'm good. I'm really good. Much love. Welcome.
Nice. So, nice to have be able to come online with you. Can you hear me clearly?
I can. I can hear you real clear. Yes. Yes.
Excellent. So I'm going to try to sit down on you can have a better light. But basically, I mean, I'm happy to see that there are lots of protests going on worldwide, because we need to put pressure on them. And of course, more we will be effective.
Yeah.
The peaceful protests are going to be enough, to be honest, because we need to attack them with the law and sue them with the criminal court. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not a professional myself, to be honest. I'm not a lawyer, but it's very good. I'm very happy that the world is starting to, more and more people are waking up to the truth, and I'm really happy that we're synchronizing all over the world to do these peaceful protests. I know I've seen that they did in Berlin 2 weeks ago. They did the one in England. It was amazing. You had amazing guests coming to interfere in the speech. There was what's his name, the famous David Icke. David Icke spoke.
Yes, David Icke.
David Icke, exactly. He's really good. David Icke has been exposing the criminals, the crimes of the elite since a long time, and I think it's very good. We should continue, but will it be enough? That's my question. Will it be enough to do peaceful protests?
That is the question, Moon, in that we have to attack this, like you say, on multiple levels. It has to be using their own laws against them. It has to be by, as Susie said earlier on in the chat, building small businesses up by going out of our way to support them rather than the corporations that have made trillions of pounds worth of profit in the last 7 months. We have to have the voice, these protests and this collectiveness, the energy that's exchanged within those places. And we also have to have authority over our own sections, our own family, our individual self, and the sections of society that we feel represent us and we represent them. In that, if mothers see mothers, affecting children badly out of fear, that we guide each other, that we support each other in being able to bring bringing balance into the mothers. And that goes for the transgender crew, for the black crew, the white crew, everybody who affiliates with whatever section in society has to take that stand to moderate it and balance it out. And that means helping each other on whatever level that is. Don't you agree?
Exactly. We have to synchronize all over the world, basically, and see from there. And I think we have to be really determined and effective, because we have a chance now, which is not going to be forever. Because if we don't react now, it might be too late after a couple of months. So it's really important that we do act, to get our power back, to get our civil rights back. Because otherwise humanity is going to be really threatened, and we're going to pay the high price if we don't act now.
Yeah.
So
I think this is where the 5 meets the 6, isn't it? The 5, you can either have the divine feminine 5-pointed star meeting the 6 in its divinity and its upright, ready to go into this next cycle of rebirth, of reset, of renewal, or we can go as far as to let the people that have been in power for far too long do what they do to that divine feminine 5-pointed star and invert it. So that it is a womb that is not healthy for rebirth. So we bring 6 into matter. No matter what we do, it just depends on what frequency that matter ends up after this pivotal point. So I know you've got to go, but I thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate it.
It's my pleasure. Just one last thing, Jennifer. I think
yes.
The first thing is very important to encourage and to attend to these Marchful protests as much as we can. We cannot, unfortunately, wake up everybody because everybody has their own stage of spiritual growth. Like, a lot of people, as you probably know, they're resisting the reality. The truth is so evil and dark that, a lot of people are still resisting the truth, and they have trouble believing that the government doesn't care for them, that, the government is wants to kill 80% of the world population. So we cannot invest too much time in these people, unfortunately. We can only plant seeds and move forward. But I think it's also very important that we do unite as much as we can, and that we pray as much as we can, and that we stay positive as much as we can, and that we stick to our beliefs and pray so we can elevate the energy of the earth, because it's very important. More we will spread love, and more love over the darkness in which we live in.
Yes. That's
I don't know if you agree with me, Jennifer.
I absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. At the base level, the mother, this realm that we're on, this world, however you want to represent it, is a living, breathing, electromagnetic being, as are we. And so we feed off each other. She feeds off us as a being, and we feed from her, and it's abundant either way. But if we are feeding love into the collective to a point where it's that tipping point, that means the being that we're living on gets that flow too. So reality really does switch. Reality really does change. Frequencies really do heighten, but it can go the other way too. If we're at that pivotal point and it goes the other way of lower frequency that isn't understood, we're feeding that into the planet. That's when we see more pollution. It's when we see more animals dying. That's how it's a feedback. It's a loop. It's not a linear ending thing. It's a going all of the time, us feeding from her feeding from us. And it's dependent on the numbers as to how we see the reality come out on the other side of this after November, I would say.
Exactly. So nice to be able to interfere, even if I can stay. So I'm sending you all my love, and I'm sending you all my good vibes from Montreal, Canada, Jennifer. I'm sorry I didn't have time to go in private, but I know we have this connection between us. We don't need to speak. There's this very special and deep connection. I can feel you miles away, and you can feel me miles away. So, let's stick together. Let's continue sharing the truth and sharing love. And hopefully we'll be able to create the world we want with our own will, and not the government's reality, which is a nightmare. Sending love, Jennifer. I don't know how to go out of the... Thank you so much. I don't know how to go out.
Much love, sister.
Okay. Thank you, all my
Okay.
love. Thank you so much, Jennifer. I'm going to try to catch up and see how the peaceful are doing. Thank you. Let me see if I can.
Oh, so that was Moon, and she's right. We have a connection, and so that was Moon. You know, I've met so many people this year. I've always been able to have energetic connections with people, no matter how far they are. But you know, there's been some sisters this year, like Moon, Susie, Jeannie. You know, and of course, Jem is here in my physical. You know, that have. It's been an amazing connection. It's been an awesome connection, and as well as that, as many brothers also. And so we are together. We are you know, a collective together. That there's a lot of us around. Our voices might be a little bit less silent, a little bit less loud than that we see on mainstream media, and even in social media getting censored so much. But we're there. I can feel it, and I can feel the numbers rising as the days go on. And so that is a beautiful and awesome thing to be a part of and feel. And it really does, because I work with energy. It feeds me, it builds me up, it gives me my purpose. It drives me forward when I feel these connections from beautiful people. My beautiful brothers, my beautiful sisters, Susie Q and Moon and Jem. You know, we can't describe it in its entirety, because we each give each other something special, something that is supportive. So keep sharing this on Facebook, please, on Instagram, to try and get more people to jump on with their views, with how they're seeing things going. I'm just going to keep holding this space and time. I don't even know if I've got a limit on this StreamYard. Just paid the subscription. So if I've done that, I'm just going to hold this space for people to jump on, say their piece, have their voice being heard, and allow that to keep going forward until I get kicked off, and then I'll start another one off again. I'm in it for the long haul. In it to protect the people who are down in London right now, protesting, trying to see if Jem has managed to click the link yet, because that would be awesome to see from her camera. You know, if we can. So cancel that. She's doing the watch party now. How do I live stream this? Oh, Jem, I need you to go on Messenger. So I'm going to message Jem. Click on this link above to join. It's just kicked me out of Facebook. It's been doing this since I started off setting this up, people. Now it's not loading up. It's not loading up. There, it's loaded up again. Link above. Typing quick before it kicks me out again. So click on the link above. Yeah, here we go. A bit loud. Grr, face place. Yeah. Facebook, it's literally kicking me out as I do it, as I try and send a message. It can bugger off, because I'm just going to keep rejoining. I'm just going to keep doing it until I get this done for you guys. It's going to answer phone. So let people please join in. You know, if we're waiting for Jem to get on, I'm going to share something on the link. Just bear with me, chat amongst yourselves, get to know each other, do whatever you need to do while I get this done. Thank you so much to Moon for coming on. That was awesome of you, Moon. So I want to get the link I want to get this link. I want to comment Gemma. Gemma's means. I want to say the full name. I want to tag. How did I tag before? Ay. So maybe if I do it as if I like it, I should see it then. It's not tagging. We'll see. You know, I'm just going to hold space. I'm going to keep going, getting up, making a coffee, having a cigarette, you know, doing what I need to do to keep this live, seeing how I can get guests on. People will get brave throughout the day because people will start seeing what's happening. Ron, remember that the big money funders have historically financed the protests to turn them violent and push for martial law, divide and conquer. I agree with that, Ron, and that's why I wanted to live stream this so that we could see from our own eyes and protect the people that are there for good influence. They do that deliberately because every good movement, they infiltrate. They infiltrated the hemp movement. They infiltrated the gay rights movement. They infiltrate everything in a nefarious way so that they can make people divide more, make people look at each other more like troublemakers and peace people and do-gooders and not do-gooders. You know, they want to, so they do that. But at what point do we keep giving in to their infiltration? There has to be a balance there. So we have to do things like this to keep it safe so that, you know, propaganda cannot come out and catch a picture of either a police officer seemingly striking an innocent person or either a person that isn't getting innocently stricken by a police officer, either or, to catch it, and they manipulate it to their need, to their want. But, you know, if we're doing things like this, you know, then, you know, let them get on with it because we have the evidence there. And then to say that didn't happen, liar, pants on fire. So, so I think I agree, Ron. I absolutely see that and have studied that greatly. So I've, you know, it's, I think the thing is that, you know, there's a balance of how much do we give up, how much do we stop protesting or doing anything for that matter that is a good movement towards a good opportunity for the collective. How much do we give up on that? How much do we, because they're going to keep infiltrating, and that's their point. They keep pushing to try and stop movement and flow. So I'm just messaging Keith because people are triggered. Thought I was ignoring him for protests to let him know what we're doing, what's going on, and anybody else who wants to come on and say their piece can be for 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever. Kirsty, hi Kirsty Schaffer. The monetary queen does not trump the spiritual queen. Spiritual queen is on earth. We walk amongst, and they cannot escape judgment. Absolutely not, Kirsty. Absolutely not, because we're all judging ourselves in the process. And so, you know, through these hard times that they create, there's many diamonds chiseled, and there's many spiritual ascensions, spiritual level ups attained. And so, you know, actually then the things that they do add to stream. Here's Gemma. Where is my girl? Here's my Gem. Hey!
Hi, Jenny.
Hey, baby girl. Thank you. Got people watching.
Okay.
Yeah, we're doing good. We're live now, so we've got people watching. So okay, we're live now. So I've got people watching. You're on the live stream.
Right across recent history, where a state doesn't want its citizens to feel that it's got any rights.
I can't hear you, Jennifer.
I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Are under attack.
We're watching.
I can hear you a little bit.
So people are just watching what you're recording. So they're enjoying watching it. Woo! Make some noise. Come on, people of the UK, rise up.
I missed it. I was saying there's a reverend here. This gentleman here, did a video and it hit about 5,000 hits in about an hour. We've got to thank him for getting a lot of people here today.
Woo!
Thank you to Robin Tilbrook. Let's hear it for the man fighting for us through the courts. Robin. Liam Galvin, got 125,000 people here. Let's get in the show.
Woo!
You heard Robin Tilbrook.
Let's make some noise. It's freezing up. It's okay. We're gonna keep watching it. Jem's going to get other people invited onto the stream, you know, get them to say their piece, get them to have their say. And so, you know, you can feel the energy there. You can feel the collective force there. You know, it's amazing. You know, I'm enjoying it by proxy, putting intent, powerful intent behind that, and I ask you all to do that if there's protests wherever you are. And for us here in the UK, this government was built on the backs of the generations before us, and this government will not degrade and disparage us and lead us away from ourselves further and further. Today is another pivotal point where we say no. No to the control, no to the conforming, no to the bestiality that goes on in Parliament. We just say no. That is something that we've stopped doing. We've been taught and conditioned through the school system that we're not allowed to say no. You have to be polite. You have to you know, be subservient to whoever is above you. Well, no. It's a simple spiritual lesson to learn, but an intrinsic one. The power to say no. Before it gets to the point we're all at today worldwide, and before it gets to this point, we should have been able to say no. And then we wouldn't have to take such a forceful stand, because we would have been saying no to certain things along the way. We would have stayed aware. We would have stayed in balance with our awareness and our discernment as going on. So we don't have such a big hill to battle against. We don't have a mountain. We have a little molehill where we have to come and say no. But, you know, for parents, I would say, in my spiritual guidance, I would guide any parent, because it's very easy as a parent. We want polite children. We want children that can move through society as easily and as happily as possible. But if that means us doing what a lot of parents do and ingrain the fact that you can't say no to your children, when you want them to say no to somebody snatching them from the street, they'll freeze. When you want them to say no to somebody advancing spiritual, physical, or mental or emotional abuses towards them, they'll freeze up. Train your children to say no. To know that when they say no, it has to come from a balanced state of awareness of what they're saying no to and why. You know, the defiant no that any child will give is going to happen. But that's because children are supposed to practice what will gain what will help them in further life. Like puppies practice biting, they practice snarling, they practice biting, they practice sitting, they practice paw. But when our children practice things, sometimes we look at them and we think, no, you can't say no. You know, that's rude, that's cheeky. No, let them play a little bit with saying no. You know, you can play the mind tricks of an adult, of a parent, and make them say no to something that you actually wanted them to say no to in the first place, but make it into a bit of a game, just as you would a puppy, leading up to that. But, you know, teach your children no. That's things that have been, that's one thing in the physical and in the spiritual that has been lost in the collective for many, many generations. The ability to just politely say, no, don't agree, I don't stand by that, no, not for me, thanks. So that's a powerful lesson to do. So I'm going to go and make a coffee. I'm going to wait. Please share this around Facebook. Tell them if they want to jump on, if they want to say their piece, they can say whatever they need to say about what is going on in the world right now, wherever they live, and their reflection on what is happening in the UK. You know, I can share the link with them, absolutely. I don't know, you know, if Susie, if I don't know, Susie, if I post this, if I give the link to you, I don't know if you can post it in the live in YouTube, and then I can just bump people on and off as they want to come and go. I'll try that. So invite, email Susie Q. I don't know if I can do it from here because this has gone into my mom's email. So hold on a minute. Copy. Give this to Susie. Where's my Susie? There's my Susie. Reply. Look at me copy and pasting just like that. 2 buttons. I've learned something else, at least. So, so yeah, and Gem's going to keep jumping on. Obviously, she keeps getting interrupted and disturbed. So this is just to hold space and time for people to have their say and to protect Gem while she's there. You know, she can jump on and stream whatever's happening if something nefarious or sneaky is happening by others, you know, to show what is really happening there. I've sent it to you on email. Thank you, Susie. Ron says, I love you, all my freedom-loving sisters and brothers. Ron, we love you too. Thank you so much for making that comment. It lifts everybody up, and it's true. There's nothing like a bit of a, you know, and this is why humans are funny and make me laugh. There's nothing like a bit of, and I don't know if it's because of the conditioning or the light and dark that experience has got to have, but, you know, we're like a bit of a scuffle now and again. And I think we've gotten to that point where, you know, when you get in that scuffle and you look around at your brothers and sisters and think, damn, I'm glad I'm standing with these people beside me. I'm glad I've got these people on my team. You know, it does something if we're honest as humans. Of course it does. It's that Mars energy, that Mars and Aries energy, you know. So we love you too, Ron. Karen Lynn, love you too. Freedom, fantastic warriors of peace. Yes, Karen, we love you too. Thank you. You're spreading the love and holding this space and holding this time for people to feed off this energy freely and to give into this energy freely. To have true reciprocity between each other is an amazing feeling. Hate to say it, but the little monster is smarter than me. Which little monster? Am I the little monster? Or is the little one that you're talking about your little one? Yeah, they are. And we limit them by accident, I think, if I'm getting that right. We by accident, we limit the children that we have, you know, by wanting them to do well. We conform them a little bit too much. We don't let them play and explore with that energy. Ron Wells, take care too. I am. Pop in later if you want. I'm just going to be here as much as I can be. Ron Wells, the control freaks have pulled off every trick they can. No treat in this insanity. Nope, they have. They've overplayed their hand massively. They thought they were more ahead of the game than they have been, and there's been panic chess moves, which is awesome, because then a lot of the house of cards have come crashing down, or started to. The domino effect is happening. What else can they pull out of the bag right now? There's plenty, there is, but it would look very extreme, and it would be avoided by them at all costs, because, you know, if they don't win after that, then there's really not very far to go, and a lot of people will be walking right towards it. So, you know, they've got to play. They've got to play hard right now. Go hard in the paint. You are so beautiful. Thank you. Gives me so much hope. Oh, Karen, thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate that, and have that hope that we're together. There's things happening all over the world that we might not be seeing, we might not be hearing about, but it's happening, and energetically you're picking up on it. So thank you for you being part of this thing that is happening today, and sharing that, because we send all of the love to you too. Kirsty says, they will not get eternity in body if they don't make their wrongs right. Monetary children, grandchildren will be left spiritual with the spiritual queen, and we will rebuild a world without evil entities. Exactly. I think the body is a limit in itself, Kirsty. That's the only thing I would. We come in these bodies for an experience, for a different type of experience, but we know that there's that consciousness above that you know, but we have to balance that out. And so, but to what extreme is the light and the dark? They don't have to be the dark. They just put themselves in that place to control. They don't have to be there. You know, history gets rewritten all of the time by the winners. I know there's been a different existence, and I think so do you. Thanks, Doc, says Karen. Elbow bump. I'm no elbow bump girl. I don't care what time of the sign of the times we're in. I'll give you a great big bear hug, Karen. If I see you, if I can't see you, it's energetically. I'd give you a great big bear hug and a kiss on the cheek. Good vibes. Solidistic. You got this. Virtual hug. Ron. Light has won. I am here. Absolutely, Kirsty. It's already done. Already done. You know, we just need to manage how uncomfortable it is for others and ourselves while everybody catches up to that fact. Ron Wells says, with being a low-income senior, I have to get some of my organic products on Amazon. Prices too high at health food stores. Have to save money wherever I can. Ron, sweetheart, I know. And that's where there needs to be balance, though. You're balancing out your physical need. We need you to be here as whole and as healthy as you can be. And so if that's your balance out, then that's your balance out. But one thing you must not do is buy from there and eat with guilt. You know, buy from wherever you need to buy from to survive and sustain. The rest of us that can get to the local businesses will do that for you, and so we should, until prices get driven down so that you can do the same. But I never want you to be eating with guilt, because then you null and cancel out all of the goodness that you're working so hard and paying your good money in to attain through organic materials that you eat. So don't feel guilt, please, with that. That's an important thing. You won't digest properly. It won't give you the best it can possibly forgive you. Eat it and be glad. Eat it and be glad. All paths lead to source. Yes, they do, Karen. They do. All paths do lead to source, and sometimes we just get a little bit too fearful of knowing that and going the way the vibe is taking us, because we get distracted. We forget we're playing a game. You know, we forget we're playing an experience. Yes, Susie, I agree. For Ron, do what you have to do to survive, because you're not doing what others would say they have to do to survive, Ron. You're not hurting other people by that. You're making a decision to stay as well and as whole as you can. Don't feel any guilt towards that. Hi, roller coaster, I like that. The lies are getting unmasked and people are uniting for freedom, happiness and prosperity. Yes, roller coaster, they are. And as with your name, you'll know that there's the ebbs and the flows of life and the cycle. It doesn't need to stop. It doesn't stop. And so, you know, we've gone through the ebb, and this is the united part of where we build each other up, hold space and time for each other, and, you know, go through the flow, you know. I love that name. Kirsty says, don't worry, Ron. The chosen literally pay the price for others. So threat get better prices. When the evil ones get judgment, they will be shown my pick along with others who literally paid a price. They do through their own judgment. You're right, Kirsty. So the rest is not the threat. Yeah, Ron, so everybody is in agreement that, you know, you're doing what you can and you're doing the right thing for you. And we want you to eat that stuff with love. We want you to get the most out of that food that you're paying the price for. We want you to be able to get the best out of what you're doing that is good for you, that is whole for you, that is holding you together. So, you know, it is what it is, but don't allow yourself to eat with guilt, because you can null out the good. That's okay, Kirsty. I haven't got my glasses on either. I need to get to an optician to get some new glasses. So, yeah, if you've done typos, I guess half of the words I see anyway. So don't worry about that. You know. I'm going to ask Jem to join again, or ask others. I'm going to send somebody else a link. If you just bear with me. So I'm going to type in his name and see if he wants to join also. So I need to do it on here. Sorry. Should have some like music going, shouldn't I? Messenger. Let's see if we can get it done quickly. Live. Join link to come on live. I need one of those mute buttons, Susie, for when I cough. So the rest get better prices. So please keep sharing this on YouTube, on Facebook, wherever you can, so that people get to know that they can come on and have a space and a platform to speak their truth, to let people know how they're feeling, whatever it might be. You're welcome. Of course, I'm going to comment. Life is a roller coaster. It is. And I used to call that, right? I think you call it the roller coaster, but I always had different names for things. So I don't know what's real and what's not. But I used to love the roller coaster when I was a kid. No fear. Felt like I was flying. So yeah, it's no problem at all. Thank you, Susie. Susie's put the link up there. Good old Susie. She holds things together all the time. Let's see. Oh, let's see, where's it gone? We've got that one. Okay, so I'm going to find my post on here. Find it on here and share it. Tell people to come on and hop on. It's not on there. It's on True Divine. I so wish I knew what I was doing technically. It would be so awesome for one of an older age. So let's share this. Share to a group. Let's share to all of the group, shall we? We'll see what happens there. Never know. So we've shared that there. I'm going to share as me now. Will that work? Yes, it will. Share public. Share to group. More options. Group. New awakening. Let's see. And of course, this isn't just for the UK. This is to let people know how you're feeling, because we're in this collectively. This is a worldwide thing, for goodness sake. It's not just our parliament. So, you know, sharing is caring and understanding. So, rise up and unite, Kirsty says, for a greater good of all on the biological planet, yet on the being itself. If you click on the link, you can be live. Susie is quite right. So can you guys just talk? And I'm going to take 2 minutes out to go and get a coffee, a cigarette, and I'm going to sit here and chill with you. It would have been better if it was medicinal, but hey ho. You've got yours, Susie. You're all prepared. So I'll be 2 minutes if that's okay with you. Yes, you're here. Thank you, Susie. You will hold space and time, Karen, and everybody else too. High is good for all sentient beings. I agree. I agree. So 2 minutes, I'm going to make a coffee. Might run to the toilet, but I'll be really quick and I'll wash my hands, as I always do. And then I'll come and we're going to have coffees and cigarettes, girls. This is happening. You know, we're deciding this, I think. This is a good collective decision. Please stick around. Yeah, you can go and call back whatever you wish. I'm going to keep going and rebrewing. You know, my boys are being good. This is chill. This is real life. So they can pop in if they want. They can't when I'm smoking. But you know, sheesh. I am. A sheesh would be very good right now. That would be an even more high frequency collective decision, I feel. But you know, materials lacking. Yeah. Ron, you are welcome, and you know you are supported by the chosen. Yes, you are, Ron. You are a special person to us and to many others, but most of all, you be special to you, and you eat that food with glee, that you can provide it for yourself, even on a low income. That is awesome. Okay, boys too, I am. Of course I am. You don't even need to. Oh, you were saying sheesh, not a sheesh. Oh, I get sheesh, LOL. Yeah, of course I am. You don't even need to talk. You're already in. So, okay, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Hello, Jenny. It's Jenny. Hello. Hey, sweetie. I'm just wondering, I've got that live going, so that link that is in your messenger thing, it was just one answer phone on your phone. You can share it around to as many people as you like and then just jump on throughout the day. I have done. I've sent it to Jenny's messenger. Damn it. Hey. Hey, everybody. So, got a coffee. You got a cigarette. Sorted. I'm in for the long haul. Get in 404 error when I go to the link. Look up angel meaning of 404. Okay, I'll do that. I don't know. Do I need to mute when I swallow? Is that gross on the microphone? And if I copied it, maybe if I copy it, Susie, maybe if I do my job, maybe if I do, that would work. Let's see. There we go. Who's this? Add to stream. Who is this coming? We're on the protest again. Hi. We're having coffee and cigarette. Hi, baby girl. Everybody's okay. Everybody's watching you.
They use the mainstream media
It's really loud, Jenny. I can't hear you, sweetheart.
and vilify us.
That's okay. We can hear them. That's okay.
And we shall overcome. I'm going to end with the words of Gandhi. First, they ignore you. Then they laugh at you. Then they fight you. And then you win!
Make some noise!
He says I. Now you've all seen Dr. Andrew Kaufman. I had the pleasure of interviewing him. That interview was on my YouTube channel for 2 hours before they removed it. Dr. Kaufman is incredible. He was the doctor that dared to stick his head out over the parapet for the Gatling gun and tell us the truth. But believe it or not, you cannot catch a virus. It is a lie.
No!
Foundation, when they paid their way into allopathic medicine at the turn of the century, they invented it so that they could sell us their poisonous vaccines. Let's hear it now. We're going to hear his testimony now on the screen for Dr. Andrew Kaufman.
Woo!
Yes!
I'm Dr. Kaufman. Today, we're here to take back our freedom and our country. Why am I here today, you might ask? I'm standing here today for one simple reason. I want to make sure there's a future with freedom, integrity, health, opportunity, and fun for my children. Yes, I've taken risks to be here, but I don't worry about that because the risk of doing nothing is far greater. I'll take any risk to prevent this new world order of tyranny from being realized, and I hope you will too. I saw what was happening in China last December. I knew something was very, very wrong. I remembered SARS, Zika, Ebola, swine flu, bird flu, MERS, dengue, Eastern equine encephalitis. The list goes on. These were all hype, of course, but this time things were different. I discovered that if I looked at the numbers, I could see right away the number of deaths was comparable to the regular season. So why all the fear-mongering? I then looked at the scientific papers about the virus. I was shocked at what I found. I discovered that despite widespread media and government claims of a virus causing disease, there was no proof. What the scientists did is extract some genes or pieces of genes from a couple of people, and they called this a virus. My question is, though, how do you identify genes as being from a virus when the virus itself has never been discovered? It's one thing to hold a creature in your hand, even a virus, and take out its genes and sequence them. That's how they sequenced the human genome. They started with an actual human. For viruses, they don't do this. Instead, they take a biological soup of hundreds of organisms and pull out a few little pieces of genes. In fact, they look for genes or pieces of genes they say are viruses because of doing these same experiments in sick people in days gone by. So when they find these little fragments of genes, they can't say which organism they came from because they came from this soup. This is scientific fraud. No virus was ever purified in order to identify it. Even the authors of all the main papers have admitted this in writing. Yet the government, media, and the masses still walk around as obedient slaves in fear of this concocted, contrived existential threat. The scientists then took out even more of these gene fragments. In one paper, they sequenced more than 20,000. They used computer modeling to fit these little fragments together like puzzle pieces into one long sequence. They fill in along the way with made-up sequences from other experiments. Then they call this a genome, the entire genetic sequence of an organism. How preposterous. Imagine if we leveled an entire neighborhood. It was old and decrepit, so we just blew the whole thing up into little bits. There were 500 one-of-a-kind houses, 3 office buildings, 8 basketball courts, and all was demolished. All the rubble was carted away to a dumping ground. So, do you think that we could send a team of architects who have never seen what any of these buildings look like in this neighborhood, and have them comb through the rubble for pieces of buildings, and have them actually reconstruct the house on 23 Elm Street? Do you think that's possible? No, of course it's not possible.
But that is what the scientists are claiming to have done with this virus and many others, and they say that it's true. They also claim that we will spread this fake virus to each other and it will kill us. They have no proof of this either. The only study looking at this showed no transmission, no contagion to over 400 people. During the Spanish flu 100 years ago, a group in Boston, funded by the United States Public Health Service, tried to spread the disease to a group of 100 volunteer prisoners. They did 3 separate experiments trying to get them sick, putting all kinds of body fluids into the healthy volunteers. Not a single one got sick, not one. There is no contagion, human-to-human spread, which has ever been proven in an experiment. Healthy people cannot pass this or any other illness to each other. How can you pass an illness you don't have? There's no such thing as an asymptomatic carrier. This is a lie. Let's talk about the tests. These tests are also meaningless. Do we really even need a test to tell us that someone has a deadly disease? Shouldn't we just see them being sick and dying? And why are we testing healthy people? There is no test for a virus that exists. There is only a test for gene fragments of unknown origin. We don't know what the tests are even detecting. There's no gold standard, no error rate, no government approval, and no science behind these tests. If you're sick, you're not sick, and no test matters. The more tests performed, which has been what they've been doing lately, the more false positive cases you'll find. And that's how they're manipulating people right now. From fraudulent claims about a fake virus, horrifically inaccurate computer model predictions, meaningless test results, fraudulent death certificates, staged hospital video footage, staged field hospitals, fake burial pits, fake ventilator shortages, and much more, the stage has been set for tighter control. We've been wrapped up in restrictions reserved for prisoners, house arrest, standing on marked spaces on the floor, and social isolation. We've been restricted from travel. Our children have been deprived of a normal education and social life. Our businesses have been shut down. We've been told to cover our faces. We now have the beginning of contact tracing. This means that the authorities will soon be able to come into our homes and schools and take us or our children away into detention for quarantine. We have the vaccine coming. We've all heard there will be tremendous pressure and coercion to make us take it. If that fails, they may even make it mandatory. Let me ask you, if there is no virus, then what is the goal of a vaccine? What could it possibly be designed for? They've already developed vaccines to make people infertile. We already know vaccines kill and injure many around the world. We already know they want to use DNA and RNA in the vaccine to modify our own genes. We know they want to implant a chip to track and control us. We cannot wait for these things to realize. We must end this now.
Yay!
I want you to know that that does not mean no one has died needlessly during this pandemic live exercise. When the World Health Organization declared a pandemic in late March, nations around the world, practically in lockstep with each other, took unprecedented action. The media blasted the fear propaganda across the world, fueled by sensationalized predictions, junk science, and fear-mongering. Economies were shut down overnight. People were told to lock themselves indoors. Schools were closed. Hospitals closed their doors except for COVID patients. Food and supplies like toilet paper were suddenly in short supply. Entertainment like sports and concerts were canceled. At the same time, prisoners were let out, liquor stores and cannabis dispensaries remained open, and 5G infrastructure was feverishly installed around the world. People no longer had access to medical services. That means that someone who had chest pain did not go to the hospital for help. They were too afraid. Someone who had diabetes did not have the guidance to adjust their insulin because of this sudden drastic change. This meant people were dying in their homes for lack of routine health care, which was unavailable. People were in fear. Fear changes our physiology and makes us susceptible to illness. Families with domestic violence experience more conflict. Many who lost their job suffered from addiction. Those who no longer had access to mental health and addiction services ended lives by suicide. In the United States, the rates jumped up by 33%. The most deaths occurred in hospitals and care homes. Hospitals misdiagnose people, change protocols in harmful ways, and coerce many individuals to sign away their life by consenting to be on a ventilator. The overuse and misuse of ventilators for patients who do not need them may be the worst single example of medical malpractice and harm ever to be carried out by this allopathic system. It became practice to deny patients the right to emergency resuscitation. Against the family's wishes, patients were made DNR as a matter of policy. Nursing care homes were even worse. Sick hospital patients were sent to care homes, which are unequipped to treat acutely ill individuals. The workers were afraid of getting the fake virus, so they neglected the patients, leaving them to die, and many did. Let us honor their lives by stopping this from happening again. What a tragedy this was, but it was because of the lockdown policies, the hospital protocols, the economic shutdown, and the fear. It was not because of any fake virus. So what should we do now? We need to stop going along with their rules. We need to start saying no more. No more masks. Instead, we need smiles. No more distancing. Instead, we need hugs. No more school restrictions. We need mentally strong children for our future. No more staying at home. We need sunlight, nature, and exercise. No more bans on large gatherings. We need picnics, concerts, fairs, conferences, and swimming pools. No more closing businesses. We need to make a living. No contact tracing. We need privacy and autonomy. No vaccine. We need our health and our lives. No more tyranny. We demand freedom.
Just to remind everybody, when you heard Dolores Cahill talking, she spoke about the letter to give to the head teachers. By the end of today, that letter that was written by Dr. Kevin Corbett will be on saveusnow.org.uk. You can also join that political movement for £1 a month. I would suggest you all do. Our next speaker is a very beautiful woman and author and health practitioner. Her own child was vaccine damaged. She has a huge social media following. Her work is relentless and she supports so many others. I'd like you to give a great big warm welcome for the very beautiful and hard-working Jacqueline Dunn.
Woo!
Wow, what an honour. I'm honestly so honoured because some of these truth seekers and trailblazers that I'm sharing this platform with today, I have been admiring for a decade. So I am honestly so honoured to be here with them, but with you guys as well. Truth seekers who have travelled the length and breadth of the country to stand here in unity, solidarity and truth for medical freedom, body autonomy, and the right to make an informed choice. I'm not here today as an author or a health coach or a nutritionist. I'm here today as a mum because I need to speak on behalf of all of the parents that have been blindly led down a path of vaccinations without first ever being informed of the horrific circumstances that can happen post-vaccination. As a new parent, I was never ever told about the possible consequences that could happen from vaccination. There was the things that could happen to my daughter if scheduled. When I was 30 years old, I became a new mum. And I really wanted to be an awesome one. So I researched cots, car seats, baby monitors, prams. I was pretty obsessed. At that stage, vaccines weren't on my radar. When my daughter was 8 weeks old, I took her for her first set of baby jabs, which is the 6-in-1, which is diphtheria, tetanus, polio, pertussis, and I can see you all shaking your heads. That's all in one. What else is in that one? Hepatitis B and HIV, and that given alongside rotavirus and meningitis B. 8 weeks old. 20 minutes after she was injected with all 8, I watched her little body convulse as she had a fit. It is definitely one of the worst things I've had to see in my life. I rang the GP back and I told them what had happened, and their advice was just give her Calpol because febrile convulsions are quite common post-vaccination. She didn't even have a temperature. It was that night, 12 years ago, that I decided to start researching vaccines, and I haven't really stopped since. In fact, this, oh my God, it's a lot. That is the list of all the links of the research papers, peer-reviewed studies, peer-reviewed articles, basically lies. All of the different documentaries and books that I have read or sat through to inform myself. It's also what I send people when they ask me, should I vaccinate my children? I can't tell you that. They're not my child. I'll never tell anyone not to vaccinate, but I will tell you to do your research because the truth is learned, never told, and
Hey,
I
baby
believe
girl.
in body autonomy. So you can imagine after 12 years of research, I uncovered quite a lot. And I want to share with you today some of the most startling things that I found out about vaccinations. So it turns out reactions are not actually that rare. A US study in 2010 revealed that every 40 doses results in a vaccine injury. If you do experience a vaccine injury, you're unlikely to be told about the yellow card scheme. I wasn't. Only because people aren't really told about the yellow card scheme, only 1% of vaccine injuries are reported, and out of that 1%, only 5% get compensation. If you do report a vaccine injury, or death, indeed death, you then have to be able to prove it, that this was a vaccine-induced death or incident. And then you may be able to get some compensation. But the compensation is not paid out by the manufacturers because they have legal immunity. The compensation is paid out by you guys, the taxpayers, under the Government Vaccine Damage Fund. Did you know you're paying for all of the errors that the greedy pharmaceutical companies are making? £75 million has been paid out in the UK since 1978 and £4 billion in the US. In 2011, the US Supreme Court ruled that vaccines were unavoidably unsafe. Now, if I take you back to being an obsessed mum researching car seats, and I was told, this is the car seat that everyone uses, but it's unavoidably unsafe, there's no way on God's green earth that my child would be putting their ass in that car seat, let me tell you. So, what were they told that they were unavoidable? Because they've been evaluated for carcinogenic or mutagenic potential. This is actually listed under 13.1 of the vaccine insert, but you wouldn't know that because you don't get shown the vaccine insert before you get vaccinated. Vaccines are only tested for days instead of years, like other drugs. So, for example, polio vaccine was tested for 48 hours before it was taken to market. The entire vaccine schedule has not been tested for contraindications with each other and interactions. And even though it would abruptly end the vaccine debate, there has never been a government study on comparative health of vaccinated versus unvaccinated children. The studies that have been done outside of the government have revealed that unvaccinated children are far more healthier with less incidences of asthma, autoimmune conditions, allergies, epilepsy, and autism. Our babies are collateral damage in a twisted, sick game of corporate greed where profits become before health every single time. Now, I know that I was once because my daughter's actually okay. She suffers from severe anxiety and lots of allergies, but she's okay, she's doing well, and I'm really grateful. But so many children, so many lives have been changed forevermore because of vaccines. So many little bodies have been maimed because of these poisonous concoctions that are full of toxic ingredients that have never been tested, such as aborted fetal tissue and heavy metals. Parents have buried children in the mistaken belief that they'd done something wrong because their baby suffered from a sudden infant death syndrome. Little did they know that it's a listed adverse reaction on the DTaP insert, the vaccine my daughter reacted to. So why are these horrifically sad stories not made into the mainstream media? Why are they not seen as newsworthy? We know why. Because the mainstream media are heavily funded by the very companies that are injecting us with these toxic concoctions. They are paying billions in advertising revenue, and that is to safeguard their reputation and their profits. Once again, profits before life, every single time. It's a violation of our rights, and it must end. And to those of you, I doubt any of you are here to be fair, but to those of you who believe that vaccines were eradicated infectious diseases such as polio and smallpox, please read Dissolving Illusions by Dr. Susan Humphreys, where you will be able to see the real timeline of vaccinations, the fact that a lot of infectious diseases were eradicated way before they came along. If you want to thank someone because you don't have infectious diseases anymore, you need to thank a plumber for sanitation, not a virologist or epidemiologist. We have to accept that sometimes science gets it wrong. Tobacco, thalidomide, DDT, and sometimes science gets it wrong, but they don't admit it. Refined sugar, chemotherapy, vaccinations. And this COVID vaccine is looming ever closer. Why, I don't know, because we've heard from Dr. Andrew Kaufman and very many other doctors today who can categorically tell us that this is not only not a public health threat, but it's not even a contagious virus because you can't catch a virus. So why do we need a vaccine for a virus that's got apparently a 99.97% recovery rate according to the CDC? And if we don't take this vaccine, there is a possibility that we won't be able to get on a train or a plane or go to school or go to work. And we won't be able to access benefits if you claim them. We won't be able to claim compensation if we're injured because no compensation is given for a vaccine that's given out during a pandemic. So it's going to be poorly tested, liability free. Once again, no consequences for these companies. Where there is risk, there must be choice. My body, my choice.
Woo!
I want to share with you now some really powerful words, which were shared with me from the other side of the world. The warrior mamas are fighting for body autonomy and freedom too. This is the cry of the mothers who know. This corporate greed has got to go. This is the cry for our children whose futures are at stake. Wishley, will you participate?
Jacqueline Dunn, ladies and gentlemen. You got her on Facebook. She's incredible. Thank you. We need people around the stage. You might have noticed I've just took my stilettos off and I've got my running shoes on. We need guys, please don't come across the stage. We just need you to surround this place. We've given up all our time. Please, fellas, do it. This is at great cost to all of us, and we ask that you move around back. Please, the police have been in the building. They're all around the back. So just surround the stage and we'll carry on. There's already been a load of guys that have been battered round the back. So come on, fellas. You are them. We love you. We salute you. Us women need you. Come on, guys. Go to the left, go to the right. Please don't come through the stage. Remember, it's offers on a postcard for me. I need to see that you're a fella before I'm going to entertain you. Now, you've seen a lady coordinating constantly. Let me tell you, she's worked 7 days a week. I think she's only had 2 hours sleep. Fiona, where are you? Fiona, Diamond, come here. We got a gift for her. I want everybody to give Fiona a massive cheer. Because trust me, she doesn't need any more wine. I've witnessed it. She's worked tirelessly doing this, and she's to thank for everything that you've seen. Now, taken down off social media straight away in an hour, so we couldn't share our fundraiser. Please find me at Kate Shemirani on Twitter, Fiona Rose Diamond on Facebook. You'll see the PayPal fundraiser. We still haven't raised the money for the stream yet. Professor Carhill put her hand in her own purse. Guys, please, are you going to go on there and donate? Okay, now we're going to have, who is this? It's Chico time.
Oh my God,
Chico, let's be having you. Woo! What time is it?
Now it's wake up time, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for Kate Shemirani and all the people that we're here giving you love and showing everything. Doing it. Now, I just want to say, our heart and love goes out to all the brothers in Australia and America and Canada who are suffering right now. Show them some love because you are the true warriors. I have to tell you a little story. This is amazing. I wasn't going to be here, and every part of the darkness,
not want me to be here. For a while, turn around in the car park alone. I truly don't feel that I've served your purpose and fulfilled your mission. But I'm gonna close my eyes, and if I wake up, I want you. If I don't wake up, I want you to know I've done my best. I slept, and guess what? I woke up 2 hours later. 2 years to the day. Today, I had a stroke, and I was in a death experience, near death. So I know that he kept me alive. Yes, to give you a little message. I'm going to divide it in 2 parts. This side's going to be the A side, this side's going to be the B side. I want to see how many of you are awake. Which side is more awake? So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, B! Woo! Hey, but y'all can get your butt. Oh, let's do that again. 1, 2, 3, B! 1, 2, 3, A! Sorry, big now. Hey, can your butt real good. Let's do it one more time. 1, 2, 3. B! All together! Woo! But guess what? That was an experiment. All I needed was a stage, was an audience. All I needed was for you to trust me. All I needed was a microphone, and I could divide A and B. And I told you that A was better than B, and better than A. And guess what? This is the world. I represent the government and all the bullshit people and the pedophiles who rule over you. This microphone is mainstream media. It has no control over you if you say yes. Because of this microphone and the trust, I made you think one is better. But I'm not here to divide. I'm here to unite. United as one voice. Now, I was up, and as I said before, the ones who sleep don't know, and the ones who know don't sleep. I didn't sleep, and I said to God, please inspire something. And this was it. We saw the good, the bad, and the ugly. Act of kindness and act of stupidity. We're foolish and we fall out with our friends, and we think everything is a conspiracy. But a conspiracy is only for those who choose not to see or sit idle and watch tyranny. That's not you and that's not me. By the way, a conspiracy is the working of the CIA. It's a psyop when they killed JFK. Check out Operation Mockingbird, mainstream media narrative. Listen and obey. And while you're at it, you better check out Agenda 21 and 30, the Georgia Stone, Pandemic 1 and 2, after shadows exposing all the lunacy and fuckery. Okay. Now we be like to politically, raped, spiritually, dumped, mentally, and poisonally. Let me repeat that again. We be lightly, raped spiritually, dumped mentally, and poisoned physically. This should be a mass awakening opportunity. But are we awakening or are we a sleeping commodity? Should we buy into the lion or should we be questioning the narrative of replying? Mothers crying, people dying, suicide, domestic abuse, and pedophiling. Now we want a normal, attractive person will never accept it over my dead body. Because together we stand defiant. It's between David and Goliath. And they've woken up the sleeping giant. And there is nothing like awakened souls on fire. And you are the fire. And to win, we must be one love, one heart, one unity. There is no title between you and me. Because we multiplicity in one. And one, and there is no me. There is just we. And in order to become, we must overcome the fear and human frailty, division and negativity. Replace it with love and positivity. Now, hear the words of the great Bob Marley and sing with me. It goes, emancipate us from mental slavery. No matter what such
can free our mind. Sing. No, do that again. Come on. Listen, Bob Marley's spirit is here, and he's looking down on you. He was a musical prophet. I said, emancipate ourselves from man's slavery, but none but set free our mind. Have no fear for atomic energy. See it. But none of them can stop. How long shall they kill our prophets while we find and look? Some say it's just a part of it. We got to fill the book. So you help to sing these songs of freedom. Is all I ever had. Redemption song. You can do better than that. Redemption song. One more. Now, okay, then we're gonna can I carry on? Shall I carry on? All right. Okay. Now, I think I'm gonna cut it a little bit shorter, purely because we want to get on and got big speakers. But red pill, blue pill, it doesn't matter. You say it doesn't matter. Red pill, blue pill, it doesn't matter. Conservative, it doesn't matter. Republican or Democrat, it doesn't matter. Black or white, it doesn't matter. Asian or Caucasian, it doesn't matter. Sexual orientation, believer or atheist, it doesn't matter. Sex or gender,
Doesn't matter.
police or civilian,
Doesn't matter.
what matters is to know the truth, but the truth
Doesn't
is the
matter.
truth is the truth. The bitter pill to swallow, because the left wing and the right wing belong to the same bird, and they holler. Full of promises. Because you can't see it's divider. When the narrative is failing, they bring sorrows, Black Lives Matter. Now do your research. It's not a black and white matter. It's a division matter. Woo! It's the head. Okay, I'll tell you what, we've been told to carry on, to hurry up. 2 minutes. Okay. Well, you know what? I'll tell you what, all the way to the end, because there's so much to say. I don't want to say this. Do me a favor. Let me just scroll down for a minute. Sorry, I thought we had a little bit more time. Okay. Give yourselves a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for coming out here and showing your love and your truth. Okay, we're going to do a little song. As a matter of fact, I have to do this before we do. Don't get me started on the virus that Marvin the Mind Reader. It's got its own clock and calendar, and it can hold until the government say go. It's okay with 6 people, but with the 7th, yeah. You can meet your mum in the house. You can't meet your mum in the house, but in a restaurant or pub, you can even bring your grandma. Now they're testing the child molesting and protesting while you're arrested. How interesting, and all the while they're creating new laws, bringing a vaccine. The NRI, luciferase, hydrogel, DNA, altering poison, changing you into a genetically modified human being. Which brings me to the technocrat. Now, how the hell did Bill Gates become so in charge of our well-being? Remember, this guy was on a Lilith to excess with Epstein. Is he a doctor? No. Is he elected? Is he selected? He can't even cure a virus on his PC, and he thinks he can cure it in you and me. They kicked out of Africa and India. Look at the Indian advisory. Men, children with polio vaccines is sterilizing women through the guise of philanthropy. But it's nothing but psychopathy and nothing more than satanic rituals, but you gotta open your eyes to see. Second wave in English. Jamaica 66, vaccination 666, Corona as to 666 letters is 666. The pattern 060606. His logo is 666. And so it's a coincidence? All right. Well, I believe in God and noble prophet. I believe in the Christ consciousness and revelation will not take mark of the beast. I will not take the mark of the beast. Remember, you remit. Second. This is the last bit. This is who you are. You're a limitless being with limitless potential. You're a spirit without too much credential. Don't sell yourself cheap, it's essential. You're a divine mirror, it's quintessential. Remember your sacrifice is providential, and your soul contract to love is to be influential. Decreed by the hand of God, this is exponential. Use your heart, not your mind, for love is your potential. So say, I have no fear, because everything should be clear, because God is always near. I said God is always near. For as long as the temple of the heart is protected, the little birds shall whisper in your ear, singing sweet songs, a melody sweet and clear, a message of love and unity, where you become the seeing and the seer. All right. One thing I want to say, ladies and gentlemen, is I just want to be a normal human being. Don't worry about the distraction. Don't worry about the discretion. Hear the message. I want to be a human being, a sovereign being. We're fighting for our children. And in order to be full human beings, we must say the vaccine. I said in order to be fully human being, not genetically modified human beings, we've got to say no to the vaccine. Sorry, I had to cut a show back. I say, we don't need no vaccination. We don't need no thought control. We don't need depopulation. We don't want to be a club. Hey, Bill, leave those kids alone. Hey, Bill, leave those kids alone.
Leave those kids alone.
Hey, put the music on. We will not be stopped. See, we will not be silenced. We will not be censored. We will not be stopped. Just repeat after me. We don't need no vaccination. We don't need no mind control. To the left, to the left. We don't need depopulation. We don't want to be a club. Sing with me. Get ready to sing. Hey, Bill, leave those kids alone. These are bioweapons that's on the law. All in all, you wanna stick the chip back control. Let's do that again. Are we ready? The beat is on. The volume. Need no vaccination. We don't need no thought control.
Wow, we lost it. Wow, that was awesome. So we heard from Chico there. Chico is a fantastic speaker. Obviously, Jem will kick back on as soon as she possibly can. I'm going to keep this going. That was lightning. It was just like Susie says, lightning striking people together, people influencing each other's energy in a fantastic way. This is exactly the kind of energy that we need collectively and we need within protests. That was uplifting. Chico, thank you so much. We send you so much love in intent and absolute protection for every everything that you have just stood for on our behalf as a collective. You are one awesome son of a being, and we support you in every step of the way. And so I want people to share this on Facebook. We're not getting enough people on. I'm happy if one person is watching. One person more is enough, but we need more than that to make a huge difference. So do your bit to share, and let people know what I'm doing. They might not even know what I'm holding space and time for. So let people know that they've got the opportunity to kick on, have their say, and then kick back off again. You know, we hear inspirational speeches like that from the likes of Chico, standing up there on the platform in Trafalgar Square in London, speaking to the crowd, uplifting the crowd, uniting the crowd, and speaking some damn home truths that we are sick of being controlled. We are sick of being told what to do by people who have proven time and time and time again they do not have the benevolent intent towards the collective. They only have good intent towards themselves and their self-serving, sacrilegious rituals that go on. It gets darker. We have to be careful what we see on social media, because again, it's that balancing act. But this is a fight against child abuse. This is a fight against the lack of reverence towards life and being itself, and actually fighting for the opportunity to see this mother-loving, breathing being into her full entirety. She balances us, she nourishes us. When we are nourished, when we're sending out that kind of energy that Chico has just sent out there on stage and the collective within the crowd has just put into this, that is the very kind of energy that we then feed back to the mother-loving being that holds space and time for us all. And so we uplift each other. It is not one way or the other. She can't be expected to do all of the work, and neither can we. It is a reciprocal relationship. And so it's time for your voice to be heard. It's time for your time for your words to be put over the waves for others to hear, even if it is just for others to see that they are not alone. They don't feel quite as gaslit, quite as much as if they're going crazy because, you know, they feel alone. Because right now, if you were looking at the propaganda and the contradictions, the rules that are being put in place and the things that are being said, you could quite easily feel gaslit. You could quite easily feel like you're going crazy, like you're the only sane one. And if you're the only sane one, then are you really sane at all? I say, if you're finding all of this insanity that is being fed from us for the collective stage, then you can pretty safely much assume that you are quite sane in measure to what is being put out there by the collective stage, because it is madness, it is contradictory, it is lunacy. And we would be lunatics to not say anything at all, to just be quiet and abide by the rules and stipulations that are being put in place to serve the few and not the many. So we need to stand together. I'm going to hold this space and time all day. I don't care. I'll keep making coffees. I might have to go and make something for the boys. But you know, get your supplies ready, your coffees, your biscuits, whatever it might be. And you know, just be here. Hold this space and time. Please share it. You know, let people know that they can click on the link, and I can invite them into pop up on video and have their say about what is going on, or maybe highlight something they think other people should know about. You know, this is your space. I'm just opening it up. You know, I figured I could do this much at least. So yeah, just keep sharing, keep liking, keep loving. I'm gonna try and take some time to figure out how I share this to maybe a watch party. If somebody else sets up watch party, please, or Sean maybe can do that. So I'm going to hold let's see what I can do. How can I host a watch party? Let's see. Watch party, how do you do it? So do I go live? Do I create a room? Maybe. If Everyone's invited. Everyone's invited. Susie's making apple butter and biscuits. Oh, that sounds nice, Susie. Hold on. No, I want public. I don't want just friends. Okay, let's do friends. Let's see what this does. I don't know what this will do. Copy this link for your friends. I don't know if I want to do that. I don't know if that'll do what I want it to do. I don't think it will. Yeah, so we'll see. If people click on the link, they click on the link. No legal immunity for these bad doctors and nurses. No, there is not. And again, like everything in the system, it gives the good nurses and good doctors a bad name. You know, it really does. They ruin it. They ruin it for the many. The few ruin it for the many, and that is reflected on every level. Ron, yeah, absolutely right. I did my nursing degree. I got a lot of love for the nursing profession. I couldn't handle it. One that broke my back, but two, I couldn't handle it because you were very limited in the NHS as to how much good you could really do. And seeing things go on that I didn't like seeing regarding big pharma and whatnot. So, you know, it couldn't be done. Well, somebody's ringing. How to do that? Hey, you're live, look. You're live, Tony. Hey, I'm saying you're live on the on YouTube as well. I need people to share because we're trying to do the protests. So we're trying to get people to see the protests. I'm just holding space and time all day on StreamYard. Look, so people can jump on it and have their say and say what they want to say about what's going on. So I don't know what I've done. I just pressed some buttons and then you appeared. So hey, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm fine, Jen. I'm okay.
I need you to go on. I need you to go on my profile, and click on the StreamYard link and join and tell everybody what you think about what's going on, or just tell other people too.
Just getting sorted. The reception's a bit dodgy, so.
I'm saying I'm live on StreamYard.
I've got you.
So I need you to jump on there and either say what you want to say on there or tell other people too. You know who wants to speak.
I think the phone's giving us trouble here.
It is, I think it is. I'll kick out of here and then the speaker is right on. I don't know. Facebook's being a pain. Facebook's being Facebook as it goes, you know, to get people on. So I'm not. I think Tony might be there. I don't know if he is or not. My phone's just freezing up now. Tony's still there. So
I'm here, but just keep coming in and out.
Yeah, I don't know how to get the StreamYard onto the room, you know, so people see it. I don't know how to do that.
Oh, I couldn't get it very much myself. I've already had internet for about a week.
Well, I'm going to kick out of this room because I'm just talking to the phone here, so I'm ignorant to the people on YouTube and on Facebook. So join with that link on my profile and see
I'll
what.
see if I can find the flower. Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
Thank you. Much love.
And you.
I don't know how to end it. Okay. It's live protests. Just letting people come on and say their piece. Right, so people aren't getting what I'm trying to do, so I'm just getting the message across. And so getting other people to explain. So hold, you know, this is just spending time together, you know, letting people come on and speak. Say your thing, girl. So, okay. There's another person invited. People are worried about how they look, you know. It's like, it's just you be you lovely you. So StreamYard, that is the link, streamyard.com/whatever that is. Click on that, type that in, and I should be able to kick you on. I'm going to go make a coffee again soon. I heat this one up, one of the two. It doesn't matter. People think they look a mess. It doesn't matter. Just chat in the chat if you want. Sorry, I'm bouncing you guys around typing. I'm one finger typer. No, not always. I'm getting a bit faster. People have joined a room now, so now I've set up a room and I don't know where that room is. I don't know what that room is. So we'll just leave that, I think, as it is. As it is. So StreamYard, we've got that up there. So I'm going to go and heat up the coffee. I'm going to maybe have another cigarette because I want Jem to come back on as soon as they're having to save charge as well to get through the whole day, to show things throughout the whole day. So you could probably use that avatar somehow, the screen pics. Yeah, probably, Susie. They don't have to come on camera, do they necessarily? Just put the camera down, turn it around the other way. Okay, just cover camera and speak. Well done, Susie. So cover camera and speak. What have we got? So we've got messages from people. Patch would be a good one to come on. He knows how to speak his truth. He's pretty. I think there's Tony. Hey, Tony.
Hey, I think it's working. You okay?
Yeah, it is. It's working. You're on. That's better. That's much better. So, people, this is Tony. This is my good friend, otherwise known as Superman. The secret was let out a little while ago. So, we've been watching Jem down in the at the protest. So to just hear we heard Chico's speech that was actually really inspiring. So people are saying, yay, Tony. So what do you want to say, my friend?
I've actually missed most of it because I've actually had the dog out for a walk, to be honest.
You know what? Then that isn't that perfect though? Isn't that perfect that all of this stuff that's going on right now, and it's so intense, all of this propaganda, you can take your dog out for a walk, because by the sounds of things, by the way they're making things out, you would be shaking in your boots naturally if you took your dog out for a walk, if things were the way they said they were going to be, or the way they said they are. Yet you can take your dog out for a walk and feel completely normal because the world isn't ending.
I mean, everybody's like reacting to it all in different ways. I mean, everybody, I think, has to be able to take stock of what they're doing and react sensibly. I mean, there's obviously something going on, but we need to be able to be trusted to do things correctly. I mean, obviously, some people are taking advantage of it and not doing it in the right way. But I mean, and the main punishing everybody for the 1% of people who are idiots is really unfair on everybody else. I mean, being able to walk out and take your dog for a walk and getting some fresh air, I mean, that's just like a normal thing. As long as you're sensible about it and you respect other people's boundaries, there's certainly no harm in it.
Yeah. Well, that's it. I know my daughter was out. Abby was out with her boyfriend, and they'd gone on a really nice walk all around the bridleways in Gateshead. And it was a beautiful day. Not too hot, not too cold. She said that they were so high up on the hill, you could see the sun and the sea line even. So they'd had a lovely walk, and as they were coming down, you know, in Gateshead, there's little high streets everywhere. So they came down, and she'd stopped and spoken to her boyfriend and said, wow, I forgot about that, because there was just 5 boys in the school uniform talking outside of a shop, all just being really nice, polite, not swearing, you know, only about 11 years old. And she'd stopped and said to her boyfriend, isn't that nice to see? Like kids just talking and playing and messing around, but not being rude, not being very polite. And as they were standing talking, just reminiscing about the school day, 3 other boys that were obviously from the same school, around the same age, came out of the shop, and they obviously hadn't realised that both of them were there. So they just said, oh, hello, and started talking, all 8 of them. And a woman who would, on the outside to everyone else, seemed like a sensible lady in her 50s, came power walking up to Abby without a mask on, and that's fair enough, but put her arm on Abby's arm and said, where's the police when you need them? And Abigail obviously said, are you okay? Have you had an accident? I've got my phone, thinking she needed her to phone the police quickly. And she'd said, no, look, 1, 2, and started to count these little boys. And Abigail had said, you can see they've been to the same school together. I doubt anything's going to happen to them because they're in a group of 8 and not 6. And they just started talking. They're being polite. They're being good. But because that woman is so triggered right now out of maybe fear or maybe not dealing with their own inner emotions, so you give people a little bit of power. They like to externalize those emotions on things. So you give them that excuse, and they're ready to jump on innocent kids being kids and being very polite kids at that, you know. And so that's another way other people are reacting to this. They're taking this little bit of power maybe that they didn't feel they had in their own lives and externalizing it to be this snitch energy, you know, which is ridiculous, because these boys had obviously spent all day together at the same school, you know. So it's it's where the logical doesn't meet. It's illogical, isn't it? The reactions and the rules that are being put in place that would not curb anything, you know, other than normal human behaviour.
Well, all I would say is that, like I say, I've just come back from walking the Bale Bath, which is the Bowes Incline one, which is a well-known path through Gateshead and that. There's seen loads of people out and about, but they've all been like in their own little groups and their own little contained little environments. And everybody's like been moving to the side of the path to let everybody else pass, and everybody's just being sensible about things. And like I say, if everybody just carries on like that, everything will be absolutely fine. It's just the small minority, and they're the ones that everybody focuses on as soon as anything happens, and it spoils it for everybody else who have actually been spending all of this time from the very start of it, like being like the distancing suggestions and things like that, and just so they can get on with their lives as best they can. And then things have been going tits up when people have been exploiting it or doing it, going about it the wrong way, and it's not fair on everybody that's been trying their very best to keep going and to keep vital service and things going and various conversations and that going with people that need it on everyday lives. And it's really annoying that it's come to a head now, because I actually thought as like an area, the North East was actually doing pretty well at this, and was meeting like the restrictions as well as anybody else in the country. And now we've been told that we're supposedly one of the worst. But this is what, a couple of weeks after things like schools and that have been going back together. We've been encouraged to go out and eat on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday to help local businesses. And if the advice all wasn't so disjointed and changing on like a daily basis and confusing everybody, I think would have been a lot better off. But that's just my
and that's it. No, that's a good, but they're good points, and that's it. The advice doesn't make sense from a scientific point of view, from a physical point of view, from a well-being point of view for individuals and for the country as a collective. You know, we've faced far worse numbers, i.e. flu and things like that, and never stopped production. You know, it doesn't make sense. And like you say, if they weren't so contradictory, people would be quite okay. And that's where I differ a little bit and feel that I know there's more going on behind the surface of they want small businesses to go under. Because, you know, there's been a lot of profit made for the very few over this last 7 months. They've been made very big and very essential, rather than us going back to grassroots and encouraging the butchers to be open and the veg guy to be open and the, you know, like, and it was always fresher food, you know, the fishmonger to be open and Fish Keys to be open and all of those things that actually are healthier ways to go about things, healthier foods, healthier ways to spread the abundance, you know, between different families who are running these businesses and then employing people. It doesn't make sense. So,
okay, just say one more thing, because the batteries actually, it's nose diving on the phone, so this must be a big drain.
You can say whatever you like. This is your space.
I'll just sign off with one thing: is that pubs and social clubs have really struggled with this at the moment, Jen.
Yeah,
it's their lifeblood. It's the same as any other shops and things like that. But it's a human cost as well, because regardless of whether the pandemic's been going on or not, I mean, people haven't had places to go for function rooms and that, even for funerals that have had nothing to do with COVID or anything like that whatsoever.
Yeah.
People are phoning around for somewhere that they can meet with their families and that and talk and remember their loved ones. And there's places like that just aren't available. They were already struggling before all this kicked off. And this has been really difficult for most of the rest of them. So, I mean, just having somewhere that you can go and remember a loved one after a funeral or cremation or whatever, it's really difficult before this all started, and right now it's incredibly difficult, and we could be on the verge of losing it all again. And it's really hard for families to like, say goodbye to their loved ones if they don't have a meeting point, or they're told they can only have like 5 or 6 in a crematorium at once or whatever. And it's really painful for families at the moment, that kind of thing.
Of course it is, and I think, and you know better than anybody, you and your family know better than anybody, that social clubs and things like that are sometimes they are the extended family, and the people who run them, like yourself, create that space that is a family oriented space where people can go all day without being able to speak to somebody, but they know they get to a certain time of the evening, they're going to come and be around many brothers and sisters that they can talk to, that they can share their good days and their bad days with. And that's important. And it's important that we maintain those spaces and fight for those spaces, including yours, that are a lifeblood of a lot of communities. You know, that they're a comfortable space for people to meet in, even when it's not a funeral, just that some people within night times come into where you are, the space that you hold. What some of them will have had a really tough day, but the fact that there's others there that love them and respect them, that have had a good day, they can lift each other up, you know, they can hold that space and time for each other. And I think that helps mental illness. I think that helps mental health, to have that camaraderie, you know. So it is
a big lifeline in the local community. People sometimes just need somewhere that they can meet and talk to other people, regardless of what's been going on in the day. And it's really put a lot of pressure on places like that. And hopefully it's not going to be so bad that a lot of places won't be able to ever come back from it again. But hopefully we can keep doing the right things and doing it at the right time, and we can come through it okay.
Well, anything.
I'm almost on zero. So, bye. Thanks very much, Jen. Thanks, everybody.
Okay.
Bye-bye now.
Thank you, Tony. Love you. That's Tony, everybody. He's such a good man. That man has a heart of gold. He met us when we were dancers, when we were strippers, me and Jem, and he owns and runs a social club himself, and so he's just so good with people, and he's just such a kind and honest man. And he's talking about the struggles of how he continues to employ people, how he continues to hold that space that people can go to have that camaraderie. And it's so unfair that these pressures are put upon these businesses and these people within these businesses that are really, really struggling. And like Tony says, may never come back from. It's very sad. And we need to be able to make a stand and support them wherever we're living, and look at the places that need that support, look for them, seek them out, and if you can do whatever you can do to help, do it. And that's another way, a huge way of fighting this regime, of actually actively going out and doing something, even like this, to just hold that space and time in order to allow people to catch up and recover. And support them through the money, support them through your time, through your effort, through your words, through your manifestation, through your spell work, whatever it might be. I will be leaving at 11 to donate plasma. That is no problem, Ron. Bless you for doing that. And bless you for being here. Thank you so much for being here and sharing some of your words of wisdom too, and your support. I really, really appreciate that. We might be here when you get back. Just check in and see. It would be great to hear from you and see how you get on. May you not be bruised or uncomfortable while you're doing that donation. Susie says, "Hey, Superman," to Tony. He's a good man. So Bosto Baby said, "Spirited woman call." Yeah, Bosto to you, be of service to others. I love that. Wayne's slogan. I love that. Yes, no GMO humans. No, we're quite okay the way we are. Well, going back to the way we should be, I believe, with all of the things we've had put in. There's a lot to expel. So I'm going to go make another coffee, and then I'm going to quickly ring around, see who wants to jump on after this. So I'm going to message a few people. If you guys can hold space, I'll see if I can get some other people on. If you don't mind chatting amongst yourselves, that would be appreciated. If you need to go, like Ron, you can jump on and off of this. I'm just going to leave it on. Make sure the boys don't run in and out while it's on, because you never know what Theodore might tell you. 1 minute he could tell you the world's ending, and the next minute he could inspire you to raise your consciousness. That 5-year-old is an Aquarian. Okay, he's out of his own box, and anyone else's for that matter. Hello, Spirit Girl. I'll be right back. I'm cooking. Susie's doing the same as me, back and forth. Please stick around, everyone. Jen will be right back. Yes, I will. I'll put that up. Susie, thank you so much. You just do. Don't need to do for me. Okay, so I'm going to go make a coffee, grab a cigarette, a non-medicinal one, and I'll be right back. If anybody knows anybody who's at the protest and who has charge on their phone, hook them up with the link, please, and we'll get more footage of the protest in London. Much love. I'll see you in 2 for 4. Hi everybody, thank you for holding space. There's still 6 people here, you're awesome people. You can share away, share the link. I think there's somebody, one of my brothers from America is going to try and get on. He's in Facebook jail at the moment, so he's doing something right as usual to get on Facebook jail. So I'm messaging him right now. He's got the link. So let's see. Just what's going on. He's coming on now, I think, and so he'll hold some space for us and give us some inner standing, some downloads, because he's an awesome guy. So that was someone ringing, but I don't know if it's someone, Susie, who just wants to ask for a date. So it's a regular thing with that person. So I'm happy as I am, and we live miles apart, so non-starter. So yeah, holding some space and time. Today there is big protest going on in London. You've seen some of the coverage from Jem, my friend, and so she, sorry, I'm just messaging Lewis. So she has been showing us some of the speeches that have been going on down there that have been truly inspirational and truly truth-telling as to what is going on with shots, with what they do, with the legalities of them, and with us standing together, not being divided. There's been a few antagonizers there, but they've been drowned out by the unity that has been shown there thus far. So let's hope that continues. Long may it continue, because otherwise they'll just try and spoil a good thing, which is no good. It'll get us nowhere. So Lewis is coming on, and he's gonna do his thing, lay down some truth, drop some mics, no doubt, because he's good at speaking. He goes live on Facebook regularly, so he knows his stuff. He really does research a lot. I need to learn how to mute quickly because I keep swallowing and I can't stand the stand of swallowing and chewing. So I hope I'm not doing that to you guys, because that would be awful. So Lewis is coming soon. So let's see what he's saying. Lewis is messaging. Okay. Okay, so he is coming on now. He says his message is flying. Sorry. So he should be coming on any minute with that link. You know what, spirited woman, I've been fighting with it. I've never been addicted to anything in my life, and it's something I've been fighting with for a little while now, and I stopped fighting for now. I know it's not sacred tobacco. I don't like the fact that I'm smoking the chemicals, so I'm looking into sacred tobacco and how I can get a hold of that easily, to try and replace the smoking that I do with proper tobacco that isn't hasn't got the harmful chemicals in it and can be used as ceremony. But believe you me, right now, I don't really drink. You know, I can have a drink with somebody if I want to, but I don't really drink. I don't take anything else. You know, medicinal, herbal, you know, derivatives of hemp, you know, are very definitely on my diet. They stop me from having to have half of the big pharma that most of my problems that I was born with would cause me to have. So I don't feel any shame here for whatever you do. You know, I don't judge. Give opinion, I give discernment. I don't judge, and I don't let anyone else judge me anymore. So you know, I'm holding space all day here today. So me trying to hide the fact that I smoke, it's not going to happen. Me trying to hide the fact that I try and give up and I fail, it is what it is. One day I know something will click and I'll kick it and that'll be it done. But you know, for now, smoke away, my darling. Smoke away if that's what you want to do. Oh, it's not letting him join. How about if he comes through YouTube, maybe? No way. Try typing it in normal search bar. Sorry, I'm verbally typing to you guys. The bad habit. So he's trying to get on and it won't let him on right now. He is in Facebook jail and he's a frequent visitor there. So, you know, you never know whether he's been, you know, what they call it, shadow banned. Come to your channel and click on that stream. Yeah, okay, I'll tell him that, Susie. Thank you. Miss Susie Q. Go to at True Divine 44. And click the link in the stream. And click the link in the stream. That's it. That's him told. Thank you, Susie. Get on YouTube. Yeah. So, Spirited Woman, do you want to come on and have a few words to say? Oh, you've had a few words to say there. American Spirit Blues smokes, supposed to be chemical free, but you don't drink. Smoking is a reflection of anxiety and stress we have right now. I suppose so, Spirited Woman. Because when I'm busy, you know, when I'm really engrossed in something, I don't even think about it. So, you know, it is psychological. It is from some kind of anxiety, you know, that, well, maybe not anxiety only, just, I don't know, it's got a hold of me. I don't like anything having a hold of me, but it's what it is. But yeah, I've heard about American Spirit Blues. It's like it's supposed to be a lot of people's favorite smoke. But I do want to try the sacred tobacco type, you know, roll-ups and see what they do. Because I think it would actually release the addiction. If you were smoking something that didn't have the chemicals in it that normal cigarettes have. Well, try THC. Yeah, I'm looking into that. It's really expensive here in the UK. The UK exports tons of cannabis for medicinal purposes around the world. Yet, and farms it here in the UK, yet it still tries to tell us that it has no scientifically based medicinal purposes. So they're either lying or committing fraud, because they're selling things for medical purposes and then saying it doesn't have medical purposes here. Go figure. That is our parliament. Well, the parliament, not our parliament. I refuse to say that they represent the many, because they don't. They just don't. So both, yeah, they're doing both. I am, whatever way you look at it, they're doing both, lying and committing fraud, and making a heck of a lot of money on the back of it, you know. To be honest, as far as the war on drugs go, I don't think any drugs should be illegal. I think if they're going to sell big pharma and push that, that is, you know, some of the things and the nefarious actions in that are disgusting. And so I honestly think that if you know, the war on drugs didn't exist, most people's addictions levels would drop. You know, when I did my sociology, it seemed that, you know, things that were made wrong, things that were made illegal, you know, had a rise in it, you know. Here is Zico Patriot. Hey.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, awesome. Awesome.
Awesome. Go, brother, go. You speak about whatever you want to speak about. At the minute, we've been watching some live footage. My friend is down in London. There's a huge protest going on there. There's some real inspirational speakers there. So we're just holding space and time here today to let people jump on. You can invite people after you've been on, just to let them have their say about what's going on right now and this pivotal point that we're at. Time to wake up and take a stand, you know, before we go too far into the realm of lunacy. How do you feel?
I agree with you. We must take a stand. Here in the United States, people have this spirit, emboldened spirit. From the time they can walk and talk, they are emboldened with the spirit of freedom and liberty. And it's ingrained in us. So, you know, and that's the beacon of light that we shine across the globe. And it's awesome to see that people are standing up saying, no, we will not take this. We have, the people have it inside of them to be their own walking and talking beings, and government should not be the walking and talking beings for the people. It's up to the people to decide what is best for them. And you know, the COVID-19 is a tragedy all the way around. People have lost their lives. It's a real thing. I see a lot of people saying, "Oh, well, it's a hoax," and it's not a hoax. People have lost their lives to this. But at the same time, people have overcome other tragedies as well. And so when I look at it, and the people in the United States look at it, sure, we'll take precautions. It's not a bad idea to take precautions, you know? But let's not get, but we say let's not get overbearing about it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the thing is with, you know, from the numbers that we see and the contradictions that we see coming out in the UK, and a lot of the numbers actually, they're predicted like mad cow disease and all of that, and including up to and including COVID, has come from a university in London. And they built the statistics, and year in, year out, David Icke has shown them to be neglectful and exaggerating and fear-mongering, to say the least. And so every time they've done that, it's served a purpose here in the UK and worldwide. America and the UK seem to be a conduit for each other. And so as far as like mad cow disease happened, many farmers were put out of business because they were ordered to slaughter very healthy cattle just as a precaution. And then that same university dropped the numbers by over 100,000 to say, oh, sorry, we made a mistake. But that was after the farmers had put themselves out of business. And of course, big corporations swoop in to take over where the farmers once were on our lands in the UK. And so it's to look at this movement as to see all of these contradictions. Yes, take precautions because of the things that have been introduced into the collective. We have to be sensible about it, but at the same time, to look further, and you're really good at doing that, to look further past to see what is the end game of the powers that be behind this. Just like in mad cow disease, they managed to wipe out generations worth of farmers, which was a tragedy to the collective. And we see the food industry where it is at now partly due to that. And so what do you see as the cogs behind the wheel as to what we know that the few have made a huge profit during this 7 months. So that's one thing. But what else do you see? Because you're good at seeing other things.
I think you hit it right on the head there. But in this whole thing about COVID, being released from China. Okay, that's what we hear here in the United States, is that it's been released by China.
Yeah.
It was deliberately done to to empower the communist Chinese. And so when we look at that, we factor in a whole lot of who benefits out of all of this is the globalist. The globalists benefit and the corporations benefit because look at the masks, just the mask alone, where they're made, how they're made, how much they cost. I mean, and you factor in all of that and the money aspect of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, brother, masks here have quadrupled in price, from them being a couple of pounds for a box, right down to the box now stating does not protect from coronavirus. So the same masks that they're asking us to wear, yet they've quadrupled in price. So the profit margin on the masks alone is astronomical. And they're still covering their backs legally now by putting in small print, actually does nothing for coronavirus. So they're covering the backs, yet being the government is obviously backing them by saying we have to wear them. I personally refuse to, because I see the science behind it as a lie. And I think the more we conform to lies, the more complacent we get. But that's my personal choice. And Biden and his son Hunter have been researching into them. I mean, they've been making a lot of money on the back of supporting Chinese communist agendas and companies by selling off parts of America or giving them inside information for many years now, and have created a lot of profit for themselves doing so.
Well, Biden, it's funny that you bring Biden up. Biden right now is a joke to the American people. Biden's running for president. He's never going to make president. And there is an attempt, a backdoor attempt with Biden and them taking Biden out after he supposedly wins, because they're creating a coup here in America.
Yes.
So, but he stands behind China 100%.
Yes. Yes.
So when you brought up Biden, it took me right there. But to stay on topic and point, if Biden was president, there would be a lot more deaths here in the United States. Donald Trump did everything. Donald Trump did very well in protecting us, the American people. It's the Democrats in the states who created a lot of the deaths by not protecting the people, by putting a lot of old people in old folks home who were infected with COVID. Here in my state where I live in Pennsylvania, our health minister, she went and took her mother out of a personal care home during all of this.
Wow.
In the very beginning, I should say. She took her mother out of a personal care home, but it was okay for everybody else to put their loved ones in these homes, knowing that there was a possibility that they would be infected. The minds of these people are just pure, totally evil. And the only way to combat that is to get that fighting spirit and keep the fires of liberty burning in the hearts and the minds of the people. And that's the only way we're going to combat against globalists.
Yeah, absolutely. Take that divinity back and that sovereignty back, and show them on multiple levels that, you know, enough is enough. You know, we've gotten to the pivotal point now where we say enough is enough. Even where we disagree as individuals, we stand united against foundational things, and that is a chance to be healthy, a chance to be happy, and a chance for each generation of children to be safe and flourish, for every generation that comes after us. And that's that I think they're just foundational rules that no matter what side or no matter what walk of life you're from, if you've got a whole heart, you should be able to agree on, you know, to stand up to and for.
Yeah, the more you stand up, the faster this is going to go away, because they're going to realize that, wait a minute, we can't push the people no more. In the beginning, the people were scared. In the beginning, the people, we were kind of clueless to what they were talking about, and a lot of misinformation came out, and a lot of confusion and stuff like that. But once the dust settled and the people realized, wait a minute, the numbers are fudged, you're lying to us, we're not going to take it.
Yeah.
So the more we stand up to it, the more we say, no, we're not going to take it, the faster this is going to go away. Now, when I say go away, I don't mean the disease COVID is going to go away. I mean the draconian authority is going to go away.
That's right, brother. That's right. It's like standing up to a bully, isn't it? At school, you live in fear for so long, and then that moment where you snap and you just stand up to the bully in front of the crowd, the bully very quickly feels very small and vulnerable, in most cases.
Exactly, and we, the people, outnumber them.
We do.
And I would implore your listeners. I know for myself, the new vaccines that are coming out here in the United States, Donald Trump says that there's a possible vaccine that will be out here in October. Well, personally, me and my family will not take it.
No, hell no.
We will not take the vaccines.
No.
I did
Brother,
a show. No, go ahead.
Sorry, no, you go on. You go on, please.
I did a show back in 2009 on vaccines, and there was an actress. Her name was what was her name now? She was married to Jim Carrey.
Okay.
Jennifer. Jennifer. I can't remember her last name.
That's okay. She must be awesome if she's called Jennifer.
Yeah, she is. She is Jennifer. We almost had her on our show, and we were doing a show on vaccines, and there was a scheduling conflict, and we didn't get her. But we ended up doing the show anyway, and what we had found in these vaccines was just horrible. Chicken feet, egg yolks, embryos, and all this stuff. And I said I would never take I would never take a vaccine. and I
True,
refuse
true,
to.
brother.
And
Yeah.
now
I mean,
these vaccines that are coming out have nanotechnology in them. Oh
yeah.
no, that is not going in my body. My kid's body. No way.
No,
Not putting that stuff in
no.
my body.
Hell no.
As much. Go ahead.
And I question anything that suddenly has the right to not be lawfully objected to, and not have to do the rigorous testing that other medications have to go through for many years. I question anything that, you know, comes from the mouth of somebody who talks about depopulation and invents a virus for a computer, and our brains, our bodies being very similar to the makeup of a computer, everything being synchronistic. I question very heavily him being the spokesperson and the person lifted up by governments and elite alike to put forward something that is supposed to be good for us. I really do. I've looked at a lot of mothers' forums who have been silenced by the courts because they've had some kind of payout regarding the children becoming very poorly after being injected with certain things. And it's very sad to see that this has been going on below the surface and silenced, you know. I question the motives very, very much so behind that. And those ingredients will not be entering myself or my children as long as I take breath.
And that's the stand that we all have to take. Here in the United States, I don't know what it's like over there, but here in the United States, our Constitution and our foundation is based on the premises of by the consent of the governed. And the key word there is consent. I don't consent. And as long as we don't consent and we don't fall into this trap of government is over us instead of below us, we're going to be in good shape, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. See, we don't have a constitution like you guys do. Our parliament is not allowed to speak out against the Queen, and we know the Queen has very nefarious agendas, and the Crown itself is very nefarious. So we are fighting right now for laws to use laws that are already in place, but to also instill laws that would stop this, forceful nature of any kind of injections or any kind of other regimes like that. So we do have to be active, and we do have to hold Parliament to account. And over here, honestly, brother, we have so many people in Parliament that are proven to still be active in child abuse. It's a very dark place indeed. A very dark place indeed. So it's something that. Go on.
The child abuse thing is horrible, and unfortunately, it's worldwide in governments, and it's and the good thing about this, though, is it's now being brought to the light. People around the United States have been holding rallies and actually going in front of senators and congressmen and holding up signs saying, "Look, we know, we want it to stop." And I hope that this continues to be coming out into the light, and it's people like you that bring it up, that we're going to save those children.
Yes, we are.
You see what I'm saying? So, and I'm very happy
we're coming
about
for them, brother.
But I had something on my mind. I wanted to ask you about the Queen. There's a little conspiracy thing going on over here in the United States about the Queen up and disappearing. What happened to Buckingham Palace over there?
Brother, she has not been seen throughout the whole of this. They disappeared like that at the start of all of this. You know, Andrew did that, you know, our favourite son did that ridiculous BBC interview where he got shown to be the liar that he is. Not long after that, they have not been seen nor heard from. Harry, one of Diana's sons, split off to Canada. And to be honest, one second, somebody's ringing. So split off from Canada, and we know she's not in Canada. There's huge motions going against the Queen from Canada. She actually is convicted for crimes against humanity. She's never been stood to trial because nobody will stand up and do it. But any country is capable of doing so. So now we have the interesting. They've got me really excited where the Barbados is making movements to dissolve and disassociate from anything regarding the Crown and not recognise its authority. Obviously, she being under the Crown. The Crown is the entity itself. They're the people that, you know, hold it and give energy to it. And so there's huge motions that they are on the run. They are in hiding. Nobody has seen or heard from them. There's been no statements made that I know of. And they certainly aren't doing anything to rally the troops in the so-called pandemic. And so they have not been in the palace at all. I mean, there was a huge protest outside Buckingham Palace last week or the week before. And the crests, there's crests on every, you know, like the Queen's crest, there's crests on every railing. All of those have been taken down. Their crest, yeah. And it's totally a different guard is on guard at Buckingham Palace. All of the windows at Buckingham Palace are boarded up with very ugly looking wood. That doesn't happen unless they're expecting to be exposed. They've gone under the tunnels, brother, and far, far away. Nobody knows who they are, where they are.
Well, then that really fuels more how do I put it? More fuel to that conspiracy theory feeling and fire that these people have been arrested and have been put somewhere in Gitmo. That's
I hope so.
That's the United States' feelings too. Well, that's good we talk about this because more people need to be arrested and put into Gitmo, not just the Crown.
Absolutely. I mean, there's still the outstanding thing. If you look up somebody called, I'm speaking to him at the moment, I'm hoping to get him on the channel, called Kevin-A. So it's Kevin, A-N-N-E-T-T. And he is actually in Canada and he's building legal motions to show the government to be unable to carry out what it should be able to carry out for the people, and also to pressure the convictions being brought against the Crown and therefore the Queen and all of the others under that Crown. So he's making huge motions, Kevin-A. He would be an interesting person for you to reach out to and speak to. And I'll send you some of the things that he sent me that may be of interest to you as well. But people are asking,
I would love that.
What channel are you on, brother? Because people are wanting to check in on your channel and listen to you more. So could you tell people what channel you're on and how they get in touch with you?
Unfortunately, I am in Facebook jail. I usually do something on Facebook. But right now I'm in Facebook jail and I am really super busy with a new job. To be able to get up a new website like Facebook. I had one a couple months ago, but it's very expensive. So I had to go out and get a job. But
I know the feeling.
If you guys watch Jennifer, and as soon as I can get up and running again, I will shoot Jennifer out all the info on that, and we will get you guys onto the new website, and you can live stream from the new website that we're putting up. So exciting things, eh?
Awesome. So you know, some people might want to donate to you. So if you send me some of the details that they could maybe donate towards a new website, you never know, brother, you know, put the intent out there to support each other. So if you want to send me that, when I put the description in this feed, you know, when it's all said and done, when it's all finished, I can put those in there for you. And people can click, if they've got $1, if they've got £1, they can click on and maybe give you something, yeah?
Oh, I'd appreciate that. Yeah, we'll get that over to you. I appreciate that.
Brilliant.
Many hands make light work. And the way
They do.
Facebook is going right now, this is what inspired me, is the way that Facebook is censoring people. And I don't believe in censorship.
No,
I mean,
me
everybody
neither.
has a right to speak. Everybody. And the reason why they're censoring is because it's people like me and you, Jennifer, who are very well in tune with what is going on in the world. And they want to keep that they want to keep that in darkness. We don't want to keep things in darkness. We want to bring things out to the light, because we want people to be informed about how evil governments can be, how evil minded corporation CEOs can be, how evil minded celebrities can really be. And it's people
Yes.
like you and I that are the beacons for humanity. And they don't like that.
Yeah. Thank you, brother. Yeah, that's a great compliment. And I'm a wild child, and I know you're a wild child too. And we're only
Yes,
wild
ma'am, I
because
sure
we
am.
stand out from the crowd, you know, and you've got to be able to stand out from the crowd, especially when you genuinely care about the crowd. You know, I can disagree with whatever anybody says, but I'll fight for their right to speak it, because I can choose to listen to it or not. I can choose to abide by it or not, or I can choose to be triggered or not. I choose usually not, unless I really resonate with something, and then I'll shout even louder next to that person. But you know, everybody should have the right to speak their truth, because with that, you know, none of this agenda could be quite so deep and quite so vast.
Right. Jennifer, you're mild compared to me. Yeah, I'm on your show, honey. I'm being mild. You know me,
Oh,
right?
bless
I'm
you.
wild and loud.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I know
I
it.
speak
It's
it.
good. You do. I've watched, you know, I try and check in on your videos. If I see them on Facebook, I try and check in. I rarely get to see them live anymore, but I love what you say. I love how you stand up for your family and therefore your people around you, and that ripples out like a pebble in the water. You are a beacon. You are a light, and I like you being around.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I'm
And
going to put your details. Carry on. Sorry, carry on.
I just wanted to say thank you. But I know there's tons more stuff on my mind here that really we I don't know how it is with the riots over there. Do you guys have riots over there? Because we have riots over here.
Not to no, it tried to get to that extent a little while ago. It did try. There was bricks strategically laid. Working in the town for many years, you don't see a stray brick in Newcastle, but during that time there was. So they tried, but it didn't quite take off. Right now, the protest in London, the protest in Buckingham Palace was huge. And it was peaceful. People tried to antagonize it, and the peaceful people just drowned them out, basically. My friends down in London right now there's a lot of people there. There's brilliant speakers there, and right now it's peaceful. There's been a few people trying to antagonize the situation, but again, they've been pretty much drowned out. And that's where I say people need to take their own divinity, because if there is a few that want to start trouble, whether they're paid to do so or whether they're just triggered and wanting a fight, if there's enough people that will just stand around them and drown that out, literally take the bricks out of their hands or just sit on them, for goodness sake. If many people just sit on their legs, you know, not anywhere else, just on their legs so they can't move, things like that can really control the situation. But it's when other people in the crowd see other triggered people, and because they haven't done the inner work, they then react, and then we have a riot situation. So right now, touch wood, we are managing and manage that situation in an okay manner, because we can have violent streets. We're predominantly peaceful, but we can have violent streets. We do have the football crowd. We do have where there was regular fights, at football matches and things. But on the whole, people just got along, and so it's always just the few. It's not too bad over here in that way yet.
That's good. That's good. The riots that are happening in the United States right now is not a reflection of the people, and it's sad that the rioters don't get this. They're narrow-minded. They can only see straight ahead of them. They don't see the bigger picture that the world watches us.
That's right.
Like the world watches you, so they don't get that. So, and with that, the only thing that can conquer that is LOVE, love.
Yeah,
Let it shine through. Put the smiles on the face. Look at that smile, by the way, Jennifer. Beautiful smile, darling. Beautiful.
Bless you. Thank you so much. It drowns it out. It's a higher resonance. It resonates at a higher level. That love frequency, and so they've done everything to stamp it out. But sometimes, humans fascinate me, especially when I'm doing the tarot readings, and humans fascinate me in that, and I think it's mostly down to indoctrination, but I think, sometimes it takes us, we're quite like a fight in the nicest possible way. There's a lot of us that are just quite excited and riled up for the fight, not the physical fight, but just like we've been holding this love frequency for a long time. We've been holding it, building it, and doing the inner work for ourselves. Now we're ready to explode it out. Now we're ready to show just how strong that frequency is. And I think that's a beautiful thing and a very underestimated thing. I think the elites, the globalists have underestimated that by a long chalk. I think that's caught them out. I really do.
When you put the love aspect into this, in the beginning of this COVID-19 pandemic, the people were scared. They were terrified. I don't know about a lot of people, but I know me. I actually felt that darkness, and I was scared to begin with, and I'm not a easily frightened man, and I felt that darkness come over me, but there was this feeling saying, don't fear, have no fear. And I just and I told my wife, I said, don't fear this, because she was feeling it too. And I said, don't fear this. And it was like, poof, gone. As soon as I embraced no fear, the darkness was gone. And we've been able to live. We smile every day. We laugh and we joke. And how many people during that time in the beginning could not smile?
That's right. That's right.
I contributed that with having love in my heart. And those people that couldn't smile didn't have the love in their heart. So to all your listeners, remember, put a smile on your face. And sometimes you even gotta smile when you really don't want to, but put a smile on your face, because that radiates love.
It does. It does. You're so right. It's the most simple things that we can get lost in the situation, can't we, and try and get overcomplicated about how we find a way out. And where some things might be complicated, they're very much simplified by the fact, like you say, you can lift somebody's worst day by sharing a smile with them, by exchanging a glance with them, or exchanging something fun and frivolous with them. And so it's a huge, again, underestimated tool that we haven't had enough of in the collective. So I thank you so much for putting it out there and doing the work, the extra work, and congratulations. I know you're building space for people to come and hear truth and share their truths, but congratulations on being able to even have the perspective open enough that you've attracted in work and a new job. Congratulations on that too. That's awesome.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you. I love
You're
being on your
welcome.
show. I really appreciate you bringing me on here.
Thank you.
I do gotta wrap my end up, though. I couldn't stay on very much.
That's
I
fine.
wish I could stay on
That's
much longer,
fine.
but
That's
thank you for
fine.
having me on. I look forward to doing maybe another show with you. What do you think?
I think you should. I think you should come on the normal YouTube. I'll send you a link. We'll set up a day, brother, and we'll just chat. We'll talk about whatever you want to talk about. I can roll in any topic, so we'll roll together. That's absolutely awesome.
Maybe the next topic we can get into is sunshine and how good it is for the body. Energy, energy, energy.
I'm in on that. I am in on that. That's my thing. I'm totally in with that. I'll roll with that totally. That's my thing. That feeds me. So yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. And send me the details. How people can donate to what you're building, because I know the difficulties of it. I know the challenges of it. So if I can put it on a space where people might see it, that's what I'll do. So you send me that, and I'll put that in the description when I wrap all of this up. Yeah.
Oh, that sounds awesome. I appreciate you. Thank you, Jennifer. And to all of the
Right
people that
on.
listen out here, I'll see you guys on the flip side.
Yeah. I'll see you on the flip side. Much love, brother. Mwah.
Much love to you too. Thank you. Bye bye.
So bye, honey. So that was Lewis, and what an awesome guy, and he's so right that we can get wrapped up in the complications of things, in the extremes of things, and then you exchange a smile with yourself in the mirror or with somebody else, and it lifts the day, and what a power to have when you're ever doubting energy work, when you're ever doubting that, look at a stranger and smile and see that immediate connection of those two electromagnetic beings connecting with something positive rather than negative. And that's a beautiful thing that is building up to what we're seeing right now, what we're seeing today, what we're doing here. It's an awesome thing to see, to feel, to exchange. So anybody else that wants to hop on, I'm leaving this space. I might have to go. I might switch it off for a bit. I'll leave it running, leave it in the chat running. But I might need to go and make something for the boys. I don't want to be a bad mother and starve them. But then I'll hop back on again, and we'll see what we can see from the protests. See if Jem can connect with us again. Don't go anywhere just now. I'm going to go away, have another coffee. I didn't really sleep last night, so have another coffee. Come back. I'm going to talk to Jem while I make the coffee to see if I can hook up with anybody down there that's got a phone that can hook onto the stream, and come straight back to you. Right now, all I want to say is thank you to all of you that have hung out here and held space here. You're awesome, and you're part of the change that we all want to see. So I appreciate it, and I love it, and I'm privileged to hold the space for it. So I'll not be long. I'll be 2 minutes. The live stream going. I was supposed to be able to see the process all day and keep them live on the YouTube, you know, just in case I didn't have it. Just try to save the time and button. But Jen's phone died, so just being on people got on just to speak the name, say what's happening, you know, say what they know. So that link, you were the first person to pick up that kind of thing, but I sent out copies. That link, that's why it's active at 11 and 6, I'm still talking to somebody live. So just go use it for on and speak. I'm just set to see the red and I'll leave it back on, so if you keep an eye out for when I get back on. Just let it run in, just let people speak in the chat, you know, on YouTube and on Facebook. And then if I put the click on screen also, we saw some speeches from the Frank report, some of the projects. Was supposed to be down there, and it's going to do something that helps support it. So we also you came on and just spoke about what's going on right now, what you know about this country, just what it be like. Just want to let people's opinion, you know, be sharing with people's opinion. You can be on camera if you want, or you can just place your camera down, you know, and speak. It's up to you. So when you're ready, you just go to that thing that I shared, you know, with the link. Oh, I've been typing in it. No wonder I have this one thing. Hey guys, so I've just spoken to my friend Sean, who is going to come on through the link. And so you know how technically challenged I am, so I'm going making fresh coffees and I'm phoning people because I'm trying to link people into Facebook. I've created 2 rooms that I'm not even in, so people are in there and don't know why I've created the room. And I've pressed a lot of buttons, so I thought phoning people was a better shot at getting people on. And so we had a brother from America speaking his truth on, beautiful brother, speaking about love, speaking about smiles. And now we're going to have somebody from the UK who does a lot of research in his own right and has come really into his own, finding his inner grit and his inner strength through this period, which is beautiful to see. And I've been on that journey with him to some extent. And he's actually found a real penchant, if that's the right word, for research and being good at it, you know. And so he's gonna find the stream somewhere, wherever I've shared it to, the many places I've pressed buttons to, in the hope, and he'll find it, and he's going to pop on. He's called Sean, and he's really found a lot of himself in this journey. And I've had the pleasure to work with some people throughout this 7 months in particular, with spiritual guidance and things like that, and really got to see people find their grit, find their strength card, find the strength major arcana, and sorted out such deep-rooted things during this time that would have been made to look like a crisis. They've actually gone within and sorted out crisis that they've been putting off and burying for such a long time, and coming out on the other side stronger, wiser, more balanced. And so just waiting for him to find the link, and then he's going to jump on and speak to us for a bit too. Anybody else who wants to jump on? Hey Theodore, say hi, we're live, look. Shall I lift you up so you can say hi? That's some of his haircut. This is my little boy Theodore. Maybe you can't see that he's had his haircut because he's putting his head down, but he's beautiful anyway, aren't you? Beautiful. So yeah, we're gonna hear from him. It's been lovely just to hang with people, to be honest, and show those inspirational speeches from the protest that is happening down in London right now. Peaceful protest with awesome speakers speaking on what vaccines are and what they've done to their families personally. We heard from Chico, the Chico Time singer. He did some rap, inspirational words to get people united, to get people together. Are you okay? Do you need anything? No? Okay. Okay, you just come to see me. You can come to see me anytime. You can join in if you like. What would you like to tell people, Theodore? Come and tell people what you think. How would you make people happy? How do people be happy right now? Come and see. Come and see. No? Okay, you do that. You do you, baby. So yes, Sarah says hi, Theodore, and Susie says hi. They're saying hi to you. Look, they've written it down here. There's your name. See? Theodore. That's you. They're saying hi to you. So you can say hi back. Look, jump up. 1, 2, 3, jump. There, wave. Can you wave? Can't see you for the thing. There you are. You're such a cutie boy. So yes, we're just waiting for him to jump on, and today we're speaking on taking a stand collectively. So I've just opened up this space, because I can, to let people talk, speak the truth. You can find the link. I think Susie has the link somewhere in here that I can put up on the screen again. There we go. Because Susie's awesome holding space. Yeah, we call him Theodorable, Sarah. He is adorable. He's funny. But he likes to pop in every night. He just likes to know where I am and what I'm doing. He's been so good, aren't you? You're being a part of this. You've been so good, Theodore. Okay, I'm just gonna jump and get Theodore something to eat. I'll be 2 seconds. He just wants a snack. So I'm just gonna jump and stick around. Please stick around because we're waiting for Sean to come on. I'm just gonna get the little one something to eat because he's been so good, allowing me to hold this space and time for us to see the protests and see people speak their truth. So Sarah says, you're adorable, Theodore. Yes, you are. We know you are. 2 seconds, people. Come on then, baby. No. Yes. I got a shotgun. Wow, that's awesome. I got a shotgun. That's awesome. Okay, it just needed a banana. When a boy needs a banana, a boy needs a banana. So yeah. So yeah, we're just waiting for Sean. So we heard from Chico. Now, Chico, the people that were here in the room, whatever it is, whether it's a room or YouTube, I really don't know. I just know I'm talking to you and I can see your words on the chat, which is awesome. Whether we heard from Chico, he was talking about being united as one, to not be divided. He did something that was really interesting. He did something that was really interesting to show that how easy it is to become the middleman of division. And so I'm just typing to Sean 1 second. So what he did was he got one side A of the crowd to say, hey, shout. And then he got B, the other side of the crowd, to say, hey, and shout. And then he did that a few times to get the crowd riled up together, united in their sides, wanting to be better than the other. And then all of a sudden he decided the B shouted better and louder. And he used that as an example, as an experiment to show how easily it is for an outside force to label something just out of its own, thought, out of its own authority, to label something better or worse than the other. And he made that synonymous to the government and the governments around the world, and what they're doing right now to cause this division from one to the other. One is better, one is not. One is supported, one is not. One is funded, one is not. And so it was a really good example to show how easy it is to divide and conquer in that way, because immediately with that experiment, he showed that he could divide the crowd, quite literally, and put the crowd in competition with one another. And so that was a really clever way of him showing very quickly and very easily what can happen when we let anything outside of ourselves determine whether we are good or bad or better or worse or grown or aware or asleep, or all of those different things that we allow things outside of ourselves to limit and label. And so that's why I'm so determined not to be labeled. I don't label myself very much. Sometimes I have to for description purposes as to what I do. But I'm always wanting to grow. And so if I label something, I sort of, to a certain extent, stop the growth there. I put a lid on it. I put a box. I put a limit on how much I can fit in that box. And so that's something that I try not to do. And I certainly try not to let others outside of me do it to me. So we've got Sarah, who's not long been on. There's a private chat there. There, that was for Seco Patriot, which is the name Lewis goes under. I'm going to put his details in the description, because the guy who was on previously, he builds good places for people to share ideas, and he comes out with some really good thoughts. And so you can donate to him when I put it in the description. He's going to send me over the details to help him build the website, because Facebook keeps kicking him out. It's kicked him out. He's in Facebook jail yet again. So he's doing something right, I kept getting put in Facebook jail for Messenger, apparently doing something wrong on Messenger, which I wasn't, according to me. So I've put the reading up for today as well. The daily energy reading is up there, and you can go and see that for today. It's an interesting day. It speaks of the protests that are going on in London right now. Okay, Susie's like me, dipping in and out. So I'm going to give it a few more minutes for Sean to find it. If not, I might end this just for half an hour to an hour, and then I might just jump on with the topic. If people want that, if you want that, you can hit the like button and let me know if you're interested in that. Because right now it looks like people's phones have died. It looks like people's phones are dying down there because they've been streaming the protests so much. So until they get to a car, they can't really charge it up. So it might be better that if I have Sean on, give him a chance to get on, or have him on once I've had a half an hour break and made the boys something to eat. I can come on with a topic if you like. I think it's just important today. For some reason, I'm driven to just hold space, discuss, talk. I don't know why. I do what I'm driven to do, and this is what I was driven to do today. So yeah, I think I'll do that. If that's okay with you guys, I'll take half an hour out, maybe half an hour. I'll schedule something, and I'm going to come back and maybe talk on a topic that you can all join in and chat with, and ask questions with. Facebook censorship is horrible, James. Hi, James Broom. It is horrible. It's disgusting. It really is disgusting, and it's debilitating, because they've been funded to build up such a presence that naturally people like me for business rely on Facebook a lot. And so it's not a nice feeling to think click, they can just take it away, which is why I try not to get attached to anything like that, because it can be heartbreaking for people when they have all of that, all of their photographs, all of their discussion points, all of their open diary really, and business taken away at the drop of a hat just because somebody else decides so, you know, that it doesn't serve them. So yeah, I'll do that. I'm going to end this. I'm going to come back and we're going to talk about something. I'll think of something. I'll find out what I'm supposed to talk about today, and just hold space. Please come back, chat. You can ask questions. And today's the day for unity. Unity in the face of adversity. It really is a pivotal point. From sea to sea, we stand together. So much love for now. I'll see you soon. I'm going to stop babbling and think of something that I can actually talk about. Love you all.